Dina, one of my favorites, and all of those ladies over there. I apologize for misspelling your first name in the email today. It does. Okay. I'm Eric Bertoluzzi, Executive Director of Englewood Arts. Joining me tonight are Britta Strother-Chow, our Vice Chair, Gina Cutright, our Secretary. You can't miss her. She's in that red outfit. Dmitry Gershon-Gorin, our Treasurer. Dimitri's responsible for 28 artworks that we own, and many are in Hampden Hall, and a lot of them are in the studios and my office. Let's see, Francisco isn't here yet. We're all blessed with a star. He is? Oh, Dr. Francisco La Rosa. He's a star over at the Anschutz Center, correct? Yes, and we're blessed with a star-studded board of trustees. On behalf of Englewood Arts, I want to thank you for the Hampden Hall use/management agreement that allows our organization to exist in this building where we've been for the past 25 years. Thanks to the city of Englewood, Englewood Arts has never been without a home to enact our various programs and performances. Englewood Arts is driven by its mission, enriching the life of the community through arts, education, and performance. We are defined by our programs. Strings Attached is our longest standing program. Hundreds of Englewood students have participated in it over the past 25 years. It offers affordable, individual lessons on violin, cello, guitar, and piano. Children are the future of this community. When they study musical instruments, they grow in attention, problem solving, language and math skills, discipline, patience, emotional expression, motor skills, and most importantly, they gain a lifelong appreciation for music. The May and December recitals are vital to the students' musical development, excuse me, and a delight for their family and friends. These are a few of the students here participating in the recitals. The Maddox Kinder Dance program completed its second full year. We are pleased with the efforts of instructor Rachael, who is loved by the students and staff. You see, she was a former Broncos cheerleader, Nuggets. She's very skilled, and her specialty is working with young people. The Joe Shoemaker School Violin Program is a beacon of hope for the youngsters and is greatly appreciated by the principal, Christine Fleming. She said it best, quote, "I want to say how grateful I am for you and Englewood Arts' commitment to Joe Shoemaker School. That support has mattered in real, tangible ways, and I never lose sight of that," end quote. The purpose of Symphony Spotlight is to give young people an introduction to the musical instruments of the symphony orchestra. The 13-musician ensemble of Colorado symphony musicians performs light classical and popular American music, followed by a question and answer session. Symphony Spotlight began on December 18, 1988, and has enjoyed 36 productive years of visiting schools throughout the Denver metro area and around the state. This is the coda ensemble. It's 5 Colorado Symphony musicians. It was a one-year addition to the Englewood Arts education programs. This is a photo of the group performing for toddlers and their parents in this room. Chamber Music of the Masters and Summer Matinees. We presented 12 concerts on Saturday afternoons in Hampden Hall. The artists are premier musicians from Colorado and around the nation. Many were trained in the world's most prestigious music conservatories and performed in legendary concert halls. You see a few of them listed up there. They gave amazing performances in Hampden Hall in 2025, focusing on the world's greatest music, thrilling the audiences, and creating lasting memories. A few more photos of the artists who performed in 2025. Masakazu Ito, the guitarist, is the music director over at the School of the Mines. He does a great job. A few more photos. Anna Dimitrenko. She was a past winner of an international prestigious piano competition. She did a great job, of course. And what we see, there's a photo of Jess Shoemaker and me. The highlight of the Chamber Music of the Master Series was our concert on December 13th. We called it the Schubert Holiday Spectacular. It was sold out, raised some much needed funds for us. Hampden Hall. Revenue from Hampden Hall events was approximately $30,000. Sacred Grace Church used the space on 52 days. This slide lists several other uses by the community, and I think you have that complete report in your packet. We have a number of other uses that we enjoyed, and the top photo is the Korean Jubilee Ensemble, and then Lisa Trujillo's dance recital. That's a Christmas performance. Those are two of my favorite events of the year. Our income in 2025, you see, a little over $211,000, and we spent a little bit more than that. The income number includes public and philanthropic-based support, Hampden Hall fees, tuition, fees from schools and other organizations, and ticket sales. The expense number is the funding we spent on implementing our programs. So when factoring in unrealized gains from our investments, the net income was approximately $28,000. And now I'd like to introduce Britta, who will make a few of her personal comments.
Thanks, Eric. Mayor Sierra, Mayor Pro Tem Anderson, council members, City Manager Lewis, Deputy City Manager Dodd. My name is Britta Strother-Chow, and I am the Vice Chair of the Englewood Arts Board of Trustees. I feel deeply honored to be a part of Englewood Arts and was pleased when Eric asked if I would be willing to share with you what this organization means to me. While I live in neighboring Littleton, the impact of this organization reaches far beyond city boundaries, and it has meaningfully enriched my own life. I will say and acknowledge that the bottom line allows us to continue a high quality of programming, but the true value of Englewood Arts cannot be measured on a balance sheet. It isn't defined by dollars raised or attendance numbers. Its true value lies in the way it brings art and music to people of all ages, abilities, and background, making creativity accessible to everyone. As a child, I had the opportunity to study piano, flute, voice, and dance. I was not exceptionally talented, but those experiences gave me a lifelong appreciation for the arts and taught me the importance of dedication and perseverance, lessons that I've carried into every part of my life. Today, access to the arts is far less common in our schools, and our communities are worse off because of it. As the parent of 3.5-year-old twins, I am especially grateful that Englewood Arts continues to fill this gap in this community. I look forward to every concert that Eric curates with great anticipation. Every Saturday performance I attend leaves me feeling more connected to the music, the audience, and to this community. I know from those who sit with me and around me that these sentiments are not mine alone. I'm incredibly thankful to Englewood Arts, to Eric for his leadership, and to the city for its continued support. Thank you for allowing me to provide this comment.
Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertoluzzi and Ms. Strother-Chow. Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from members of council? I think I may have one to start off with. I'm always impressed by what you're able to provide to the community in terms of lessons and just the love of the music and the arts. One question is, I noticed that some of the programs happen to have a fee. Some of them, I believe it was the violin series, one of them. It was free to all students. Is there a reason why some charge a nominal fee while some are completely free?
Okay, so your question is, why do we charge for some of them and some are free?
Correct, yeah.
Well, the Joe Shoemaker School is free for those kids.
Yeah.
And it's either that or the program doesn't go into the school. Mm-hmm. So we appreciate that the principal will make the students available to us. You may not know, but that is a very low-income area with a very diverse student population. I doubt those kids even know what a violin is before they see it for the first time. So it's very important that the little bit we do is happening over there. So
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any other questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. It looks like you've had a lot of success in increasing rentals for the last year, so congratulations on that. I am just actually more curious, and it might be more of a question for city staff, if we've made movement since we spoke last April and discussed having some conversation with Cultural Arts Commission and looking at diversity of programming and any recommendations from that. Our statuses.
Hello, my name is Lucia Magnuson. I am the Cultural Arts Commission staff liaison. I'm also the web and digital content strategist. To speak to this, we've met several times, me and Eric, talking about the Englewood Arts tool, which is what we presented in October. After having these discussions, we know that Eric has these annual reviews with City Council, just talking about the status update of everything with his programming. From there, we've established a plan of Cultural Arts Commission for the next round of approvals for the Hampden Hall agreement. Cultural Arts Commission will look at these reviews that Eric is providing and create recommendations for council from the information he's already providing to you. So that would be next year. Cultural Arts Commission will provide those recommendations.
So is the Cultural Arts Commission also going to just have open discussion about diversity of programming?
Yes.
Separate from what you've already, agreements that you've come to as far as what the review should look like
yes.
from the program itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. And then I guess my second question is, has there been any movement made on kind of getting the word out. I know that even today we received an email in strong support of the program, and just kind of around the advertising and availability of the space. I did notice in the increase in rentals that we still have one main player that's takes up 80% of the rentals. And so I'm just curious about accessibility of the space to other groups. Does that particular group come in at the beginning of the year and kind of essentially reserve the space for every single Sunday, and that's not available to other churches in the area? How does that piece of it work?
That question's for me, right?
Whoever wants to answer it.
Okay. Well, we have an agreement with Sacred Grace for they reserve the room every Sunday. And that agreement has been extended for 2 years. However, it's not going to make it through these remaining 2 years because they've signed a lease agreement for a space nearby, and they'll be leaving Hampden Hall in maybe, if not the end of March, the beginning of April. So that nice chunk of revenue that's been helping us support our education programs will be going away. But we don't have a budget for promoting the use of Hampden Hall. But your information department receives all of those requests and directs, if anybody wants to use the room, those requests are directed to me. Yeah. And we take it from there. So we received one today. I don't know if it first came to the city, but a teachers union is interested in using the room soon. So I suppose we just count on word of mouth. So I hope it increases next year, or we'll be facing some serious financial issues without the church.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I do see the significance of the income that comes in from that rental. My concern is twofold: that one, that we as a city are supporting the program and getting the word out there, and two, that there's equal opportunity for any churches in the area to be able to access that space and rent it at a similar rate that Sacred Grace has been fortunate to do so. Just making sure that, with First Amendment accessibility, that we're fair to everyone who makes a request. So just would love to see continuing supports from the city and helping to get the word out there. I did go back and listen to our last meeting, and it sounds like we do have some space on the website that mentions the program and in references to your program, but certainly I think, Cultural Arts Commission could continue to have further and deeper conversations about how we can help support getting the word out.
Yeah, that would be great. We've had a variety in the past. We've had a variety of uses. That's the Jehovah's Witness Southwest Congregation of Spanish Jehovah's Witnesses have used it a number of times. And there was another church that met on Saturdays, and they used it for a while, but they found another place because they were afraid there were too many sharp edges somewhere, and that they were afraid the students, the young people, would maybe injure themselves. So that was great for a while, but anybody who wants to use the room is not denied. However, I will say that I discourage users who are disrespectful to the room, damage the room, and cause a lot of extra work for me. So other than that, everybody's welcome to use it.
Very understandable.
Thanks,
Thank
Tina.
you for protecting the space for us
Thank
as
you,
well.
Tina.
I appreciate your answer.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for the work you're doing in our community. I think it's a huge value added for our community to have access to affordable music lessons and the concerts and everything that you put on here. So appreciate it and continue to support it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It means the world to us.
Yeah. I see no further questions, so Mr. Bertoluzzi, Ms. Strother-Chow, thank you very much for your time tonight, and the board members, Ms. Cutright, Mr. Gershon Gorin, and Dr. LaRosa. Thank you very much for coming tonight, and just really appreciate everything that you bring to the community, so thank you again.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody.
All right, everyone, we are now moving on to the second agenda item. We have our Deputy City Manager, Tim Dodd, along with several of our City of Englewood employees and community members of the South Broadway Revitalization Strategy Groups, here to provide council with an update on the implementation of the corridor revitalization strategies. Good evening, Tim. Good evening, Madeline.
Great, thank you, Mayor. As you articulated, we do have several staff members who are here tonight. So if I can just ask the staff members to come up when you're on deck to go next after the person who's next to me. So we're excited to be here tonight and provide all of you with an update on what we're calling Phase 2 of the South Broadway. Now, actually, Englewood South. Forgot to change this slide. I think I changed to most other places. Implementation. So as a refresher, the area we're talking about is a little over a 2-mile stretch on South Broadway that runs really from Jefferson. So that's really just south of the 285 interchange to Bellevue, very close to the Littleton border. So that's the area we're focused on. As a reminder, we really have kind of scoped out 2 phases so far, and then we have an idea for a third one. So the first phase was all about community engagement. As you recall, we had 600 community members participate in a survey to share their ideas for the revitalization. I think even more powerful and impactful, we had about 75 community members sign up to be a part of one of 8, strategy groups, where they came up with ideas that were presented to council on September 8th to revitalize the corridor. And so now we're in the second phase, which we're calling initial implementation. So you'll have 8 strategies before you tonight. 2 of them, as you'll probably recall, complete streets and economic development and redevelopment, warranted additional study and analysis at the staff level, and in some cases, community engagement. And so tonight, those are going to make up the bulk of our presentation to you, and we'd love to get some feedback from you and direction from you in those 2 areas. The other 6, we've been working very vigorously to implement the direction that you provided us on September 8th. So today, we're about halfway through phase 2, and then the goal is that we'll come back to you in June or July, present to what we've accomplished in phase 2, and then start to talk to you about what a third phase would look like, which would probably be more implementation and some focus on some of the more long-term projects. As a reminder, we do have 8 strategies that we're going to be presenting to you tonight. That's a photo of the open house that we did. We did 2 events this summer and fall. We had about 100 people come to that open house that was at Colorado's finest high school of choice. So now I'll turn it over. I'm just going to go over this quickly, but we've had these check-ins with you. As a reminder, the last time we did come before you was to talk about branding. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Madeline to talk a little bit about our community engagement to this point.
So as you know, the city worked really hard to partner with the community throughout this whole process. Everything kicked off in May of 2025 when the city hosted the initial open house. And then summer of 2025 was very, very busy. The city put together 8 strategy groups the city put together 8 strategy groups with around 75 community members that participated. And then we launched a survey asking community members for their feedback and ideas regarding the corridor, and we received 600 responses. Then the city hosted a walking tour along South Broadway, which brought community members directly into the corridor so they could see and provide feedback directly right there. And then in October, the city launched a branding survey at the direction of council and asked community members for their feedback on the name and the corridor.
Great, and these 2 slides are really what I would call an index or a table of contents of what we're going to be covering tonight. So this first slide just shows some of the impact, thanks to your direction, of what we've been able to do in 6 of the 8 areas that we'll be talking about later. And then, as I mentioned, there's 2 areas, complete streets and economic development, that will take up the bulk of the presentation this evening, where we would like to get additional feedback from you. So with that, we'll start with our first group, which is branding, which is Madeline.
Thank you. Okay. So back in September, the branding strategy group gave council 4 options, and council decided to move forward with implementing a community survey to select the branding concept for the corridor. So this is just an overview of the branding survey. We received 629 responses. It was promoted through various channels, and that was in person and online. And then our team presented at a council meeting back in November to review the survey results, and it was decided to move forward with the name Englewood South and that we would create the brand. So as I stated, Englewood South was the name that was selected. So I'm here to show you the logo, and that's going to be right there on the right. And this brand reflects the community and vibrant future of South Englewood, of the South Englewood corridor. There's a big nod to history of the iconic Chairland trolley, and resident feedback was used when selecting the colors and actually the trolley. In the survey, there was an overwhelming response for the trolley and wanting to use the trolley either in the name or in the logo. And just to add, it was all made in-house, so at no additional cost. There's going to be impacts of the branding for other strategy groups, wayfinding and placemaking. They will incorporate the corridor branding into their elements, including the light pole banners, which you can see 2 concepts right there on the right. And then for public art, they're going to integrate the branding into their public art strategy. And for signature event, they will feature the corridor brand in their new event that's going to come to the corridor soon.
If it's okay, Mayor, we were thinking of asking if there were questions after each section, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. All right, perfect. So any questions for members of council on the first section here? Don't see any on the first section. No,
Okay,
nothing
thank
on
you.
branding? All right.
So yeah, if we could have Christina Underhill come up for new amenities, and then if we could also have Lucia Magnuson on deck up here for public art.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christina Underhill, Director of Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf. And we have 2 items here. The first is the 2 little libraries along the South Broadway corridor. We did purchase those late last year. We have them ready to install. It kind of goes along with the second piece where we are looking for available space. This is more of a long-term goal. We are meeting with the bank and a couple other businesses to see if they're interested in putting a little library at their location. So that's ready to implement this year. But like I said, the long-term project there is open space along South Broadway. It could be an option down the road for a new park or green space. So the little libraries were built by our parks team. The goal is take a book, share a book. And like I said, they were purchased. We're just waiting for confirmation from landowners to see where they'd be happy if they want to participate in that. And we're also going to have our library at least start the initial stocking of the books in those libraries. Be happy to answer any questions.
No, I thought there was another section behind this. So any questions for our members of council on the, go ahead, Mr. Bethel.
I guess this is a question for our city attorney. Do we have any legal vulnerabilities in the Little Free Libraries without supervision on what could be placed in there?
Likely no. I'll say we're likely immune from any injury that could result from someone's use of the Little Free Library. However, I think a best practice would be to occasionally inspect them, make sure there's not being used for some sort of criminal behavior of some sort, or don't pose some sort of safety risk, such as if there's drug paraphernalia or something in there. But no, most likely we're immune from liability.
Excellent, because I love Little Free Libraries. They're really cool.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I appreciate this. The question that I have is I do have major concerns, especially along the Broadway corridor, about the safety of the corridor and children accessing that. Are we going to be determining and keeping our eye on this? Because if it's not working, it shouldn't be there. I mean, do we have a plan to figure out whether it really is going to work there?
Sure, that's a great comment and statement. Yes, the library, like I said, would be helping to manage this. We're already dropping books off at the laundromat nearby, so it's something they can check on regularly. I think it's every other week, so every 2 weeks. We also could utilize park staff as they go along the corridor, just to check in on it to ensure that it's going as intended. And if there are any issues that may come up, we can address them at that time.
Thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you, now that I know which button to push to get the attention. The last time that we talked about the little libraries, I feel like I asked about the potential for kind of a free food pantry thing to be at the bottom of it. Have we explored that idea? Are there?
Yes, you did bring that up last time. It's definitely something we can look at doing. Managing the food piece of it might be a little bit more challenging, but non-perishables could easily go in there. We did get a little bit larger free library that could fit bigger books into it, as well as other things if needed. So we could definitely look at trying that and see if it works and if it's needed.
Okay. Yeah, I just see one out in my community, like on one of the neighborhood streets, and it seems to be a successful spot. I think it's also a way to support people in need. And there are businesses along Broadway, for instance, Sherilyn Animal Hospital has a free food pantry inside of their space. So when people take in their animals or someone's just wandering down the street. So I just think that there's already a theme kind of existing with businesses wanting to support people in general. So I appreciate your continuing to explore that. Thank you.
Member Russell, do you have an additional question or same one? Okay. Anything further from members of council? Go ahead, Mr. Bethel.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question for Member Russell. Did you mean the safety of placing the little free libraries in the context of like what could be in there, or in the idea that if we're drawing children to the area before we address the concerns of traffic safety and or otherwise?
I really wasn't thinking about traffic safety and speed because most parents take charge of that. I was more concerned about the safety of the corridor, meaning criminal activity in the corridor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I think it's a good point as well, just from my perspective, that I don't know if we're putting the cart before the horse in putting the libraries in first, though I do appreciate them. I think they're fantastic.
That'll be one of the next sections
we can
coming up.
move them if we need to. So if there becomes issues, they are very easily moved if we need to do that.
Thank you.
That level of conversation is going to be upcoming as well as part of this block of time. So, all right, perfect. Anything further from council? Thank you very much, Director.
Great. So we have public art, and then if Chief Jackson could also come up for safety after public art.
Hello again. My name is Lucia Magnuson. I am the Web and Digital Content Strategist. I also am the Cultural Arts Commission Staff Liaison, and I also lead the Public Art Strategy Group. As far as public art, you're good. For the project implementation, we have the foundational document completed. That was created with the working groups over the summer to create a mission vision for what this art strategy is going to look like from the Public Art Strategy Group moving over to the Cultural Arts Commission. So now we're in the phase of developing the corridor-specific public art strategy with the commission. Part of that will have the potential mural placement directory. We'll incorporate that when we're having the mural discussions. And then the last part of this project implementation is to actually implement the art strategy. So that will come after development. For the project highlight, so we created a plan to have a special meeting, 2 special meetings to discuss the art strategy for the corridor with the Cultural Arts Commission. So we're going to have 2 special meetings this February, and we're going to be talking about the initiatives that the initial Public Art Strategy Working Group created and the community voted on in the overall survey. And we have 6 topics on there. We have functional art with wayfinding placemaking. We have murals, art events, art that promotes sustainability, sculptures, and we have traffic cabinet wrap from there. So once we have these discussions surrounding these specific topics, we'll also be talking about funding with this art strategy, but city staff will draft the final strategy, get approval from CAC, and then the strategy will be finalized. So we're very close. Any questions?
Go ahead, Member Russell.
And thank you for the report. This question may not be for you. My question is, do we have a funding plan around this entire project? I mean, because if we just keep planning and all of a sudden, oh, it's going to cost a lot more money than we really have, I'm just asking, are there parameters around each department?
Sure. Thank you, Member Russell. It's a great question. So we've actually tried to be as scrappy as I would say as possible with this. And we've tried, for example, to utilize existing funds. So for example, for public art, we have dedicated funding source. For wayfinding and placemaking, we're not using any new funds. We're using funds that were already dedicated as part of the CIP for wayfinding. Tonight, though, I will say the 2 areas we're going to delve into the most, economic development and redevelopment, as well as complete streets. There are some proposals in there that would cost additional funding. So we would like council direction on how they'd like to handle that, how you would like to handle that. But for the other areas, we've done it, I think, in a very minimal cost way. We've spent very minimal dollars on branding. We've done most of the surveying, most of the work in-house. And so I think we've at this point, we've tried to do it using existing resources as much as we could.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any further questions on public art? All right. I don't see any. Thank you very much, Ms. Magnuson.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dave Jackson, Chief of Police. Our safety project was started in December. We had about 10 business owners in the area come together for a meeting to talk about some of the challenges that they've seen in this area. And we've actually taken a lot of steps to follow up on some of the concerns that were brought up and some of the things that they think are going well. We have another meeting scheduled, and I think we're going to try to keep a quarterly pace of this. We have another meeting scheduled for March 3rd. And then we also talked about crime prevention through environmental design. That's why we call it CPTED. I can't keep saying that over and over. And we've also created some no trespassing signs to work with some of the businesses. That's some of the things that they've seen as people that are just kind of hanging out in their area. And this gives a good cooperation with the business owners and the police department that we're locked into an agreement with them to enforce things as they come up. As I said, we have our next group meeting on March 3rd. We do CPTED audits to any business that asks, or any not-for-profit or anything like that. That's basically where we go through and talk about the lighting and sometimes which door to enter and whether or not the windows are too covered and things like that. And they go over well. We just did one a couple of weeks ago at Digital over there on Broadway. And like I said, we'll have our next meeting with some of these business owners in March. Ready for questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Chief. Member Russell?
Thank you. So here it says the business owners in the downtown area. Does that mean downtown Englewood, or does that mean South?
It really would be this. For tonight, we're talking about South Broadway, but we do this for any business anywhere.
Okay. So is March going to be downtown, or is it going to be South Broadway?
I think it's going to. That's a good. I think it's going to be hosted at the police department. But anybody would be invited, but definitely the same businesses. We're trying to reach out to get a few more that are interested, and we'll be posting that on our social media and however we can get people to come.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, have you started implementing any of these steps as part of the initial December meeting?
We have given the no trespassing signs to Digital, Budget Billiards, Blue Tile Gallery, and Movement 5280 was also interested in one. So we have started some of that. We had a follow-up meeting, specifically the billiards place on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. I can't remember which day of the week. There is an influx of people in their area that they're concerned about, and so we were able to talk to that not-for-profit.
Okay.
So yeah, there has been some follow-up on some specific issues that were brought up.
Okay. Is there a plan to, well, half of this is communicating or having this level of communication with the businesses. The other half is communicating this with the residents or at the community at large, so that if safety is keeping them away from South Broadway, then they are aware that we're starting to implement a plan. So have we thought about the communication of how we're going to communicate, or when we're going to communicate this and how?
That's a good question. We do various forms of outreach, and this is for our business safety network, but we could be clear and invite citizens that live in the area. It's just kind of catered more towards the business owners.
Right. No, I'm not saying that this is more business oriented, but obviously whatever safety initiatives we implement as part of this process, how do we communicate that to the community at large? So that may be something that we could just speak of at a later point, but.
I love the idea of doing more public outreach, and whether that's like a roundtable discussion or some type of town hall or something.
I was going to say that might be one of the topics that we covered during one of our town halls that are upcoming. So.
That's exactly right, and I think it's a great idea.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Member Pring.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the 10 individuals that attended your first meeting, was that 10 individual businesses or 10 people in total from businesses in the court?
That's a good question. I think there were 2 people that represented the billiards and a dispensary. I can't remember all of the businesses that were there. Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly. I was, Slate, Economic Development Manager, was present, as was I, as were 2 employees of the EPD. So I don't think it was 10 businesses. I think it was 10 people total, but it was a great discussion. And as the chief mentioned, they've been able to focus on a few of the pain points, specifically one that he mentioned that came up during it.
Okay. I guess the reason I'm asking is, how representative of the businesses along the corridor was that group? And if we feel like we're missing representation from any particular kinds of business that's not a voice at that table, are we intending to do some direct outreach to make sure that we have a variety of voices?
That's a great question. One of the notions that was brought up is that these are issues that they've been facing for the past few years, and that they just haven't felt heard, and that they were so excited to have this opportunity to have this discussion. And I wouldn't be surprised, in addition to social media and in addition to town halls, all of that, I do think that word of mouth, if they see that there's going to be progress made, and I think that there will be also a word of mouth. As far as excluding anybody, I would hope that didn't happen, but to the extent it's possible, I think we should also outreach in a broader net.
Yeah, I mean, I think as the group kind of continues to develop, and in no way did I think we were excluding anyone.
Understood,
but just wanting to make sure that, we have all of the different types of voices at the table, from, the grocery stores to the auto industry to the dispensary. Like,
they all have their
all of those
own different
businesses are
needs.
very different, and I would imagine that they have different populations that come frequent their establishments. In potentially, different safety-like concerns. So just making sure that we continue to cultivate that. But I think this is a great start. And so you said quarterly is the intention to do the neighborhood watch meetings?
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Member Russell, do you still have a question, or? You will have questions coming up. I don't see any further questions. Chief, thank you so much.
Hi, Colton Zadkovic. I'm the city manager's office intern, and I'll be presenting tonight about the signature event for South Broadway. So the recommendation from council back in September, when we came forward with these 4 different options for the signature event, was to move forward with the art in all its forms signature event, which would coincide with second Saturdays instead of having a Englewood organized art in all its forms event. The update with this is, and I'll get into more on this on the next slide, is, yeah, we move to the next slide. So basically, moving forward with this event, but the only update is that it has been moved to the fall, October 10th. This came to our attention like as a concern about the event coinciding with Complete Streets construction, just logistics issues as well as the kind of sense of the event as well. So we reached out to the art gallery owners that we've been coordinating this event with at Seesaw and sorry, what's the other? Yeah, Blue Tile. And they actually believe that October 10th works better for them. It's a second Saturday. It's easier to coordinate as well. We pushed it back to October because there's this event overload kind of during the summer, and this October 10th, there's not as many events surrounding it, so it gives it its own like window of time where we can focus on it in terms of outreach and in terms of making it a special event for Broadway South. So I'm happy to take any questions. I think next steps will be to identify a home base. We've looked at Vectra Bank, which is on the corner of Broadway and Bellevue. That's basically 99% complete. Their branch manager is open to it being the home base for the signature event. It just needs to get run through the corporate ladder, and we didn't want to follow through with that if you all should decide that October 10th doesn't work for any reason. So just seeking confirmation there, and then we can move forward with that, I believe. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Colton. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So are we planning on closing the street down like we do downtown?
No, that's not the plan. The plan is to really just have the home base, and then that's where different art galleries can come set up, say, in the parking lot that aren't necessarily on South Broadway. And then we're also thinking of ideas like setting up a walking map that heads up to Seesaw Gallery and along the sidewalks, but no, not shutting down the street.
So Vectra Bank is on the east side of the street, correct? And so the parking lot would be in conjunction with Walgreens? Is that true?
Sorry, I'm not exactly familiar with the area. I was updated on this from our events manager earlier, but I believe so.
So my question is, I mean, because you're impacting then two businesses if it's in the parking lot, not just the one. I'm not sure that they have a shared parking lot, but they may.
That's something we should look into.
Okay, thank you.
Member Prang.
Thank you. This may be a silly question, but I'm going to ask it. How is a signature event that focuses on the galleries art in all its forms? How are we pulling in? Are there other forms of art included in this event? I'm a little concerned, or not concerned, but confused on like the title of the event and then what it looks to be.
I think when we're thinking of art in all its forms, first off, it will be coordinated with the galleries, and they'll bring in their partners that aren't necessarily in the exact area. But it's also about setting up musical kind of events like at the home base once we figure that all out. So that's what we mean art beyond just like paintings and galleries. So I don't know if Tony, you want to elaborate, but.
Hi, Tony Arnoldi, event supervisor for Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. So the art in all the forms, we're definitely reaching out to all of the different, cultural arts, the gallery owners, and looking at art in all its forms being music, dance, sculpture, painting, anything you can think of. I think statistically there's like 14 different art forms that there's promoted, but we just want to bring in all of that. And then the galleries that are around there are looking at opening their doors to bring people in to experience whatever they might house in theirs, and then having the other ones come down and set up in the parking lot, or having maybe the dance team come, or sculpting, or different art forms so that people can experience different ones. And then to back up a little bit too, on Councilmember Russell's question is we were also thinking of partnering with the Maui to have a busing, to be able to use bus to help people have accessibility from one port of town to the other.
Perfect, thank you. That was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
Any further questions on this item? Nope. Don't see any. Colton, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much, Tony.
Good evening, Council. Chris Hargith, Director of Communication. Wayfinding is one of the clearest needs we heard from the community. People told us South Broadway feels difficult to navigate and lacks a clear sense of arrival. And what's in progress? We're advancing 4 core wayfinding elements. Vehicular wayfinding signs are in design to help drivers find parks, schools, recreation facilities, transit, and other civic destinations. Light pole banners are moving forward. You saw a couple of those earlier, those design concepts. They're supposed to have high impact improvement to establish identity and a visual rhythm in the corridor. We're also coordinating a banner spanning South Broadway and a longer-term gateway feature in coordination with the Public Arts Working Group that I think Lucia mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And so what's next? A project that I'd like to highlight is our light pole banners. Again, you saw a few of those earlier. The one on the right is an actual banner highlighting the Sherilyn trolley and its history in the corridor. The light pole banners are one of the first elements from wayfinding that you'll see in the corridor. They reinforce the Englewood South identity, promote amenities and events, and create a consistent visual rhythm. Printing and installation of these banners are expected within the next 6 weeks. And I'm happy to answer any questions I can on this project and the other 3 that we're working on.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that. Actually, I'll just ask the question just because I think I asked it during CAC, and so it'd probably be good for the rest of council to hear this. But the light pole banners and just utilizing Excel's poles in the past have been a big issue. How do we get around that this time around? Are these Excel banners or Excel power poles or not?
Yes, those are Excel-owned power poles, and we worked, we were in contact with them for about 6 months to get permission to utilize those light poles.
And are they allowing us to utilize it not only on this southern part of Broadway, but other parts of the city as well?
That's all we negotiated was this part of the city. So that's something we could look at in the future for sure. Yeah.
I know it's always been an issue in the past, so I'm glad that we were able to take at least this first step.
Yep.
So.
And now that we know those steps, we could, look to secure that with other corridors.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Any further questions from members of the council? I think that's it on my side as well. So, Chris, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to introduce next our capital projects engineer, Devin Keener. So I just want to say a few introductory words on this. First of all, I want to thank Devin as well as Thomas Shaw, our traffic engineering manager, and Kyle Branham, who's our city engineer, for their work on this. As you recall, on September 8th, you did provide, council did provide staff with direction to study and look at the feasibility of options. So Devin did work with the community members who were a part of this working group. He did meet with them. He basically worked with Thomas Shaw, our traffic engineering manager, basically took the ideas that came from the community and then vetted them to determine feasibility. And so what you're going to see tonight are some ideas that we hope meet the spirit of what came out based on community member engagement. They're not all exactly what was defined by the community members, but the hope is that they meet that spirit. And so Devin's going to be pausing on each slide for you to be able to give specific direction on several of these ideas. So with that, I'll turn it over to Devin.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. As Tim said, my name is Devin Keener, Capital Projects Engineer in Public Works. I'll be covering the complete street portion of the project tonight. Staff has completed a review of council's prior direction back in September for the short, medium, and long-term complete streets recommendations. Over the next few slides, I will walk through staff's findings, and as Tim said, at the end of each slide, staff is requesting additional information, additional direction, I should say, from council via a vote on the proposed next steps. So I guess we'll go around and do what and or raise our hand, or how should we? Okay, gotcha. Just looking for clarification on that. Next slide.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Member Russell, did you have a question on that point, or?
I do. We
Go ahead.
cannot vote in a study session.
Right.
So we can't go around and raise our hands.
We're just going to be giving direction at this time, Member Russell, in terms of whether or not we want to move forward with any of these suggested items from staff. But I do understand what you're stating, though, Member
All
Russell.
right. So even if there's consensus, it could change when it goes to city council for a vote.
Right. Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. Thank
All
you,
right.
Member.
Thank you.
Correct. So yeah, we won't actually be voting on, these changes still have to require an additional step, but we will be giving guidance at this time.
Thank you. That's what I was asking for clarification on. So on this next slide, council previously directed staff to evaluate lowering the speed limit on South Broadway, which is currently 35 miles an hour down to 30 miles an hour. Staff conducted a recent speed study on South Broadway, which indicated that 35 miles per hour is actually the appropriate speed limit, and a reduction is not currently justified through engineering analysis. However, staff did note that there are only 2 speed limit signs on this section of Broadway, so it's very likely that motorists have no idea what the speed limit actually is, because there's just there's no speed limit signs out there. So the staff recommendation is to install additional 35 mile an hour speed limit signs using in-house staff at a negligible cost, and perform a follow-up speed study after the completion of the South Broadway Complete Streets project, as that project will be completing new bump outs, and that may reduce vehicle speeds enough to justify a future 5 mile an hour speed limit reduction. The decision point for council here is, should staff install additional 35 mile an hour speed limit signs on South Broadway?
Mr. Keener, I guess I have a little bit of confusion here. So are we asking, so there's 2 questions that are being posed to us, whether or not to add signage, but also what the speed limit should be on that signage. What I'm hearing you say is that the speed limit should be 35.
Yes.
Based on your recommendation. But when I'm looking at the information on the right-hand side, it sounds like a majority of the people are already going at 35 miles per hour, from what I'm able to tell within that screen.
Yeah, so I can give you some additional detail on the image on the right-hand side of the screen. So the average speed limit that we found, which is the 85th percentile speed, is around 31 to 32 miles an hour. And there are about 15% of vehicles are the ones causing the problem with speeding. I think we found that they're going an average of 37.5 miles per hour. But the 85th percentile of 31 to 32 miles per hour suggests that the 35 mile an hour speed limit existing out there currently is the appropriate speed limit. If we do any reduction in speed without putting in like concrete bump outs, which what we're going to be doing with the South Broadway Complete Streets project, there won't be any compliance by putting it just a 30 mile an hour speed limit reduction
Right.
with no physical obstructions.
Okay. Thank you for that additional clarity on that. I'll have additional questions, but go ahead, Member Russell.
So my question is, why, if the average speed is 31 miles per hour, why would we even put more signs up? Now, the 15% that are going faster than that could be fixed by enforcement. All they would have to do is give a few tickets out, and that would stop also. But I think it's ridiculous to spend money putting up more signs if the average speed limit is already less than what the speed limit is. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Bethel.
Do the traffic calming tools available to us change if the speed limit is 35 versus 30 miles per hour?
No, wouldn't change.
Additional question for me is, we're implementing an aspect of, is it Complete Streets that we're implementing today? I'm trying to think of the RTD and that type of changes that are occurring right now on South
Yes.
Broadway.
Yeah, the 13 bus stops
Yes,
are,
the
are being
13
installed right now.
Okay. Are we taking that into account in terms of the recommendation that we're making today? Does that change anything?
Yes. So as of right now, and from the September meeting, Council direction was to move forward with lowering the speed limit from 35 miles an hour down to 30. So when staff did that study, we determined that without the South Broadway Complete Streets project being finished.
The totality of the
Exactly.
complete streets.
Yeah, as of right now, it doesn't make sense
Okay.
to lower the speed limit. But when the project is done and then we have all of those bump outs, there is a likelihood that will slow this 15th percentile of cars that are speeding. That way we can do another speed study in the future, which is the second question here. Should staff reevaluate after the completion of the South Broadway Complete Streets project? We'll be able to see a potential reduction in speeds from those physical obstructions. And then it might make sense at that point to lower the speed limit from 35 down to 30. But something that we can do right now that's just almost free, not totally free, but it's very
Right.
low cost. It's just kind of a first short-term step for this project is to add additional speed limit signs at the
Right.
current posted speed limit, which is justified through
Okay.
engineering analysis.
Okay, so all right, thanks for that. So the issue that we have with speeding is in the northern part of this southern part of Broadway, correct? Not on the southern end. The 31 average speed limit is down closer to Bellevue. Oh no, it's actually 32 miles per hour average speed on the northern part as well.
Right, it's really just that 15 percentile.
Right, it's just-
It's going 37 and a half and then
Okay.
36 miles an hour.
And then I
Is the
guess
average.
the other question I had is what are the residents and the businesses in that area, are they stating that they would like to see it go down to 30? Or are they okay with keeping it at 35? Is that a question that we posed to them?
This was from the working group. I believe
Okay.
we did have one business owner in that working group.
Okay.
And we voted on, a bunch of different options of what we could do in a short term. And this was selected by the working group. They noticed that the speeds are high on South Broadway. And it really is that 15 percentile
Okay.
of speeders. But we figured that if we could put more speed limit signs out there, it could bring up, more awareness to what the speed actually is, potentially getting a slight reduction
Right.
in some of the speeders. So
Last question, and then I'll go to member Russell. How much is it to add the signs if we were to do it?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Okay.
I can get that information.
Because I'm thinking is like if we're going to
It
be
will be
adding
in-
signs
it will
now
be
that say
in-house.
35, but then in 2 years or whenever Complete Streets is over, we're going to buy additional signs for 30, or that state 30 miles per hour.
Right.
Doesn't make sense. And so
It's-
that's what I would need to understand what that price is. But to me, I'm almost thinking, why add more signs at this point? So, member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So I do have a question. Has staff checked with Denver or Littleton about the speed limit and what happens if we change our speed limit and the average speed of vehicles? Have we checked with Littleton and Denver?
We haven't, but we have discussed the impacts. There's a commission, I think it's called Dr. Cog, which did a total corridor timing with Denver, Englewood, and Littleton. And so if we do reduce the speed limit in the future from 35 down to 30, we would have to work with Dr. Cog to ensure that is not causing problems throughout the entirety of the corridor.
So my question is, we go ahead and do this and then it creates problems in the entire corridor. Then what do? Undo everything we've done? I mean, it makes sense to me that we should be checking with both of them before we actually impact it. This is an arterial street. It is not a side street that doesn't have an impact on both sides.
Yeah, and so we're not making a decision on that tonight. The decision is actually to just install more of the existing speed limit signs out there, and then once the South Broadway Complete Streets project is finished, then we would like council's permission or direction to do another speed study to see if it would make sense to lower the speed limit down to 30. And with that speed study, we would reach out to Dr. Cog, make sure that it makes sense over the entire corridor. So we wouldn't be making that decision at this time to do that. And that would all be part of the decision to lower the speed limit. Does that answer your question?
It answers my question, but it doesn't make sense. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really dangerous stretch of Broadway. I know we've had several pedestrian deaths in the last few years, right along here, at least 2 that I can think of. So frankly, I don't care what Littleton or Denver thinks. I want to slow the traffic down along here to make it more safe for people. We shouldn't have people dying in our streets because people are going 40 miles per hour, even if it's only the top 10 percentile. We need to slow the traffic down. If we want this to be an accessible area for pedestrians and businesses to be successful, we need to slow the traffic down. I don't see any other way around it. And I'm not particularly a big fan of adding speed limit signs and hoping that does the job. But if we can do enough traffic calming measures, especially with the Complete Streets project, we need to do additional traffic calming measures after that to slow the traffic down more. I would like to do that as well, and then post the speed limit. I'm afraid if we put a 35 mile per hour speed limit on there right now, somebody going 32 would see that sign and go, oh, I should speed up. So not a big fan of that idea currently, but if we can do the traffic calming and then get the signs posted after that, I'm all for it, and it'd be nice to have my neighbors not be dying out on Broadway.
Member Bethel.
Isn't the speed limit along Broadway in Denver 30 in Broadway?
I don't know off the top of my head. That's a good question, though.
It is.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was rhetorical.
Member Bethel, do you mind putting the speaker on the other side, just because when you look that direction, I don't think it gets picked up as well. So, Member Russell.
Actually, I would just like a quick question, and this is more of a council request. How many fatalities have there been on Broadway or accidents where there's been serious injury? Thank you.
Member Pring.
Thank you. I think I might have a little bit of a different take on how to proceed. One, I think if an engineering study is telling us that we have a shortage of signage, then we should correct that. And that seems like a responsible action to take. Even if we do have to amend that in the future. But the information that we have currently and what has been studied currently indicates to me that people are driving at a speed that's lesser than the posted limit. And so I think we continue with the Complete Streets projects. We get the bump outs completed and all of that. And then we have, you know, a significant amount of time to actually look at behaviorally how that changes things. So not right away another traffic study, but somewhere 6 months, a year, something to really see the impacts of those improvements that are made. And then we have the discussion about that speed limit again to see if it really is justified to change it or not. I just think that I don't want to, I'm kind of like in the middle of mindsets on this.
Right.
I see the point that Member Russell is making, and I also understand the passion in which Mayor Pro Tem spoke with, and he's right to have that concern. But I don't want to create more of an issue than what already exists. So I think that we have a path that we're moving forward with that is meant to put some improvements into the area. But I do think that it makes sense if an engineering study is telling us we don't have enough signage for a typical, you know, expanse of space along a corridor, that we should, for now, get that fixed in. And if in a couple of years we have to change the 5 to 0, then we do so.
Yeah, I'll add to
Thank you.
that. So in terms of the decision point, so I actually would like to add more signage. What's giving me pause is that because it's Broadway, I'd hate for the answer to be that we have to have a CDOT specific crew add these signs on. That just adds the costs up. So if we're able to just print out the signs and put them up ourselves, then I'm fine with that. I would be in favor of that. And obviously, I would be in favor of reevaluating after the completion of Complete Streets. So I just know that CDOT road sometimes requires special teams, and I just did not want to fall into that trap where just raises the price for something that seems so simple. But I think we need to give direction here on this because I don't know where we exactly stand. So, Member Praying, you answered both questions. Mayor Pro Tem, Member Bethel, Member Russell, if you want to just speak up whether or not to add more signs and whether or not we need to reevaluate. So, who wants to go first? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, if it does help, I can add just a point of information to your question. So it's a city-owned roadway, and so we can add those signs, and we do have a sign shop in-house, so we print those ourselves.
Go ahead.
I do think if we're going to increase enforcement, it makes sense that people know what the speed limit is, and so if that's part of the strategy, then I think it makes sense to put a couple of signs along there, even if it's 35. But I would definitely like to get it down to 30.
All right, thank you. Kind of have a majority there. Go ahead, Member Bethel.
Yeah, I think adding more signage is a great first step. I definitely think that for multiple reasons, we should strive for our speed limit to be 30. One of those reasons is the value of human lives. The other is economic development and our desire to drive more business to the area. And slower cars means people stopping and getting out of their cars and spending money in our corridor, which I think is the goal. I'd love to see the slower speed limit.
Thank you very much, Member Bethel. I'll make a note of that in terms of the 30 as well. So, Member Russell, go ahead.
So if we add more signs currently, the speed limit will be 35, correct?
Correct, right.
Okay.
Enforcing the existing.
All right. I am okay with that. And I mean, if the average speed limit currently is 31 miles per hour, what is the goal of the speed limit to be once the bump outs and everything are done? What do you think that doing that to the streets, will that automatically lower the speed limit or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. So that's why we would like permission on the second point to reevaluate and do another traffic study. Following the completion of the Complete Streets project, there is a high likelihood that we're going to see a reduction in speeds because when you put physical constrictions and you narrow the street widths, especially at intersections, you're going to see slower vehicle speeds. So there's a good probability that we are going to see a lower speed, but we would need to do an additional study again at the end of the project to see if that happens or not.
Okay, just one other question. So when we do the bump outs, will that impact bus stops? Is the bus going to be stopping in one lane of traffic?
Yes, it will.
Do you know what's going to happen when people during rush hour and they're having to sit behind a bus while a bus loads and unloads? It's going to create a lot of angry drivers. I can almost guarantee you that. I don't think the bulb outs are going to have the intended goal that you hope that it's going to accomplish.
All right, I see no further questions. On to the next item.
Okay, so council also requested staff to evaluate parklets along South Broadway. Staff determined that parklets are feasible on the side streets. So you can see at the top right image, located behind the proposed bump outs from the South Broadway Complete Streets project. So when we get the bump outs installed, like you can see here at East Radcliffe and Broadway, we can put these parklets on the approach side behind the bump outs. But allowing parklets on or facing South Broadway would require an additional safety analysis with our traffic engineering team. Typically, parklets are not recommended on streets with speed limits above 25 miles per hour. Broadway is currently posted at 30 miles an hour. So I think more of a long-term goal is if we can bring the speed limit down to, 30 miles per hour, we get the additional, traffic study, speed study. Maybe there's something in there where we could put these parklets on South Broadway. But for now, the question is for direction from council is should the city allow parklets on side streets after the completion of the South Broadway Complete Streets project? And then should staff conduct additional research into the requirements for parklets facing South Broadway.
Thank you very much. I guess my first question, are businesses asking for these parklets on this stretch of South Broadway?
Not currently, but they're it's kind of like a, I don't know, if you allow that to be, build it, they will come kind of thing. If we allow these types of areas, then there is, potential for, a business to use that. It's just one more tool in the kit to like entice and interest businesses in having more space to utilize.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Mr. Keener, just from the fact that you stated that it's currently at 35 through some of the stretch of South Broadway, and I think the area that you're highlighting here is basically the only parking that some of the businesses on that side of the road happen to have. I'm leaning towards no in terms of allowing parklets in the short term. I have no problem once our Complete Streets project is finalized, revisiting it at that point, but I'm just, I like to partake in, a patio during the spring and summertime. Not sure if I really want to do it on South Broadway at those speeds during those, on that stretch. So I'm kind of leaning towards no on this one, but anyone else have differing opinion or any additional thoughts on parklets? Go ahead, Member Prang.
Thank you. I'm actually in favor of continuing to explore this, but I do want to understand in the top picture. So there's a bump out on the corner, and that would be with traffic like going in the direction to exit that street, right?
Yes, so
There wouldn't be traffic like coming in off of Broadway and bumping right up against where that parklet is.
So yet north is to the left here.
Yes. Oh, north is to the left. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I agree with the mayor as far as maybe like getting further along in Complete Streets and again looking at like how that changes people's behavior along the corridor, but I do think it's a worthy thing to continue to explore as far as a tool for businesses and attractiveness of businesses in kind of activating that area more, having the potential for, I don't see a lot of feasibility of restaurants doing, sidewalk patio spaces on Broadway. And so that's why I like the idea of this on the side street, if we can figure out and do the study on how to make sure to do it safely. Obviously, other cities are doing it. There's got to be some rules around how to do it successfully. So I'm in favor of continuing to explore it.
Thank you, Member Prang. Anyone else? Go ahead, Member Bethel.
I think the idea of parklets along Broadway is attractive to me, even though I think that I might be confused on whether or not it's feasible with the current speed limit. One thing that I see that parklets do, even if they're not being used for seating, is it adds a visual appeal, and that visual appeal or interest can also slow down vehicles. They do more than just allow people to sit outside. So I'd like to continue exploring them. I don't think that they're as effective on the side streets. And I echo the mayor's sentiment that especially at this intersection, it takes up valuable parking spaces for those businesses.
Member Russell.
Thank you. I actually agree with the mayor on this, that those businesses on Broadway, because of the bump outs, we're eliminating a couple of parking spaces in both directions. I think that that businesses need the parking. So I really don't want to move forward with parklets right now. And then is the pedestrian refuge, is that the next question on your list or?
Yeah, that comes next.
Okay, then I won't weigh in on that just yet. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to weigh in on this, break the tie?
I'd like to continue exploring the parklets.
All right, there we are. Explore away. Next one up.
Okay, yep, the next one is to analyze the pedestrian refuge islands. So that would be like a mid-block area where pedestrians can cross the stop in the middle of Broadway. It's like a safe area where they can just, spend a little bit of time if they didn't make it all the way, or it just creates like a safer spot. So staff did research into this and found that installing refuge islands on Broadway would require the removal of left turn lanes where those are installed. So it would necessitate a $10,000 to $15,000 corridor study to identify which locations would be feasible to remove a left turn lane in order to put in a mid-block crossing. Staff also identified some alternative measures that we could do instead of the pedestrian refuge island, and that would be extending pedestrian crossing times at existing intersections. So instead of having a 10-second crossing time, maybe we could have 15 pedestrian islands on side streets like what's shown in the image to the right. And then the removal of flashing yellow phases during walk intervals. So when you have the walk signal on, it wouldn't flash yellow for a left turn. It would just be in red. So the direction requested from council is, should staff evaluate select intersections for the alternative pedestrian improvements mentioned above? And should staff pursue a broader $10,000 to $15,000 corridor study to identify locations where left turn lanes could be removed to install pedestrian refuge islands?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keener. Any questions on this item or any comments? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm supportive of analyzing this, even the broader exploratory study to see where we could eliminate those left-hand turns as well.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would be supportive as well. I guess one question, I should have asked this earlier, are any of these items requiring additional budget dollars not currently allocated? I know, Tim, you mentioned this earlier, that there were some items coming up, and I figured it was probably going to be this area.
Yes, exactly, Mayor. Like, for example, as Mr. Keener noted, if council does direct us to do a traffic study here, it's not budgeted, so that would be, for example, 10 to 15,000.
Okay. And what about the previous items? The parklets, and I think we gave direction on. Obviously, the stops or the additional signs would be an additional cost, but okay. Member Russell, did you have your light on, or?
Yes, I just turned it on. I actually grew up in that area of town. I've walked Broadway a lot. Radcliffe is not big enough. The streets that make sense where you could do something like that is Oxford and Bellevue and the wider streets. Those small streets, you can get across those. Even an older person that is walking slow can get across those. And there is no traffic light at Radcliffe. So the only thing that the pedestrian has to be careful of is looking for cars that are turning. I think it's a waste to do a study on some of this stuff because we don't need it. And there may be streets that it makes sense to have that there, but this is also not only going to create eliminating the left turn, it's going to affect emergency vehicles going to certain areas of town. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Bethel.
Yeah, I think Member Russell makes a good point about the pedestrian refuge on the side streets, that I'm not sure if it's warranted based on the width of our side streets. However, I do see a need for it in Broadway. And I notice Broadway currently has pedestrian refuge, or South Englewood currently has pedestrian refugee, what's the plural there? Along Broadway, south from 285 down to, like, let's see, transferred. You can see them in the middle of the block where it doesn't necessarily interrupt the turn lanes. And it stops at Quincy. We no longer have those. So I'd love to explore continuing those south.
I'm sorry, Member Bethel, can you repeat that last statement? What were you saying about it stops at Quincy?
Yeah, so there isn't a pedestrian refuge in the middle of the block from Quincy south.
There is not.
If you look Quincy north, there are these more protected pedestrian refuge spots with trees in kind of that brick area where it doesn't interrupt a left turn lane, but does give pedestrians a place to cross the street in the.
Okay. But they're not designated.
No, it's not a
refuge islands.
designated space. It's not a crosswalk, but it is more protected area. So at a minimum, I'd love to explore continuing that trend, at least as like a design iteration. But I don't think that we need them in the middle of the side streets.
I don't think I've ever noticed that before. I have to go back and check. I'm guessing they're elevated, right? They're elevated requires you to kind of hop up and to be on the refuge island, right? Or no?
I don't think it's elevated more than a curb.
Okay. Interesting. Member Russell, go ahead.
So this kind of goes to Member Bethel. There are medians all the way down to Bellevue. But, I mean, I don't know, now they're tearing out. Are you making the medians wider right now?
No, we're tearing them out for detour paving, and we're going to be putting back the existing at the end of the project in the medians.
Okay. So, I mean, my opinion is there is, on Broadway itself, there are medians there that a pedestrian could, and like at Quincy, there is a stoplight. So you can cross there, but like on the other side streets, like Radcliffe, and there's a stoplight at Tufts. But if you only could go to the median, it's better than having to go. However, the lights are timed perfectly. So when the light turns red at Quincy and the light turns red at Tufts, you have plenty of time to get across the street at Radcliffe and Stanford. All of the timing of the lights does impact all those other intersections along there. So I don't know if that is what you were talking about. Thank you.
No, it makes sense. Go ahead, Member Bethel.
I guess that begs a question. What's the difference between a median and a pedestrian refuge?
Yeah, so median is shown on the image in the right-hand side of the screen. It's not ADA compliant. There's not a certain landing space at that location. And so in order to get that ADA compliant landing there, we would have to likely remove a left turn lane. So that would be the difference is the size, the slopes, the area of that landing.
All right, thank you. I guess in terms of the two questions that you're asking there, I would be in favor of the first one. Evaluate pedestrian crossings mid-block. Not on the side streets, though. I don't see the value in adding them in the side streets, especially utilizing. I don't think that this is actually Radcliffe, but so that would be one. Complete a broader corridor safe traffic study. Are we saying that we're going to do this after complete streets or starting now?
That would be now. Yep.
And is that the $10,000 to $15,000 price that we just heard?
Correct.
Yes.
I would say yes to that right now, but I'll go around the room. Let me noodle on it. So, Member Pringle, you next, or?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Were you? I'm not. I don't feel super strongly in any direction on this. I actually kind of feel like this is something that should come much later. Like we do some of our other improvements along the corridor and study this at a later time. Like I feel a little bit of conflict around, the discussion of pedestrian safety, et cetera. and then creating more spaces where we've got pedestrians in the middle of traffic. That's a little bit of a conflict in my mind, and maybe I'm not understanding it correctly. I'm all for anything we need to do to be ADA compliant and make sure that people with different abilities can get around the city more safely. But beyond that, I'm really not in favor of exploring this too much more right now until we're much further along. Complete Streets is done. We're doing more of the work on revitalization conversations and come back and revisit this.
No to both on those.
Correct.
Questions? Correct. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
After hearing some of the other comments, I want to come back to this. To me, the big value of these pedestrian refuges is it does add a little safety for crossing these side streets, but the main thing is preventing those left turns, which is, I think, where the higher accident risk is, both for pedestrians who might be trying to cross Broadway there, and also car accidents that happen when you have those left turn lanes when traffic's moving so quickly. So, but to Member Prang's point, I think this is something that would be really helpful to have ETAC weigh in on. I'm sure that will come at some point, but to have when we're considering the whole corridor for pedestrian safety.
All right. Did you chime in on the second part of it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I'm supportive of that.
Okay. All right. I think we're good.
Okay, and the next direction from council was for staff to complete an analysis of lane narrowing. Staff determined that the corridor-wide lane narrowing from 285 down to Bellevue would not be appropriate for Broadway, as it is a commercial corridor. However, lane narrowing could be feasible in the future on targeted blocks if the goal is to create kind of a highly walkable, focused area that would require significant investment where we need to go out for grants. It would take, a lot more resource from staff to come up with an estimate. So staff also looked into lower cost alternatives. So how can we still do lane narrowing for a lower cost? And that is to add a white edge line along the parking lanes all the way down Broadway, is what's shown in the right-hand side of the screen. What this does is create a visual narrowing effect, so kind of like a perception of lane narrowing. Estimate that at around $50,000 for doing the entire corridor. But this is something that could possibly create that lane narrowing effect for really not a lot of money. So the council direction requested here, got these 2 points. Should staff evaluate targeted block level lane narrowing? Basically, should we look into what the cost would be for one block to do lane narrowing, which would be look at different profiles and try to make one block a more walkable area. And then the other one is, should staff install the white edge lines along parking lanes on South Broadway?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keener, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Russell.
So you're saying that the targeted lane narrowing in a particular block would be actually moving the curb or reprofiling the street?
Yeah, so in order to do that, we would have to look at adjusting curbs, the medians plus sidewalk. Then there would be potential impacts to road profile. So that would be asphalt reconstruction. It would be very expensive to do that. But we could look into pricing to see, if we want to make one area or one block of not downtown Englewood, but this Englewood South is more of like a downtown area, then it's something that we can look into and just get a price for what lane narrowing would be if we want to do it on one block.
Yeah, I would 100% be supportive of that. I mean, I would go further, and even though it's cost prohibitive, consider lane narrowing on the whole corridor. I don't think the fact that it's a commercial corridor means we shouldn't have narrow lanes. I think you want narrow lanes on your where there's commercial activity. You don't want traffic speeding through there. You want traffic slowing down. You want it safer for pedestrians. But I do understand that it would be cost prohibitive to just go through and do all of that along the whole corridor. So I'm certainly supportive of doing a single block with the full reprofile of the street, and then the white lines are great as well.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So I have a question. I know my other question was about fatalities on Broadway. Have we done a traffic study about traffic accidents and all the problems that we've experienced along the South Broadway corridor? I mean, if this isn't broken, why should we fix it? But if there are a lot of issues, whether pedestrian or whether vehicle on vehicle, if we haven't done that sort of study, I think we need to do that. Because if we're not having a problem, we shouldn't have to fix it.
Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Member Russell, do you want me to add the traffic? You did fatalities, but do you want me to add traffic?
Right, traffic accidents and things like that to see what the problems are in that entire corridor, because then we would be able to have a target to maybe fix. Thank you.
So, Mr. Keener, I think what I'm understanding here is that this additional paint will not be throughout all of South Broadway, but it would be on specific streets that allow us to add this paint.
So we can actually do this on every block.
We could or we could not?
We could on South Broadway from
Okay.
285 all the way down to Bellevue. The white edge line is something we can do all the way down. And this kind of goes in the principle of the whole project, is that we want to lower the speed limits. And if we combine all of these suggestions together, we've got the bump outs, the enforced additional 35 mile an hour speed limit signs, we have the white edge lines, all of that like compounds, and eventually we could see a reduction in speed limits. So
Right. Actually, I know it gets a bad rap, but I actually do like paint for allowing the narrowing of lanes. So just that visual does slow people down. One of the benefits of having the painted bike lanes on Dartmouth is that people aren't using the entire road. They're staying within the lanes. So I'm actually in favor of it. So looking to see if that answers both questions. It does. So I'm in favor for yes for both. Member Bethel.
I think for me, the question that we're dealing with right now is, at least for this stretch, or maybe even the broader question above that, is what is the future that we want to build for Englewood, and what is the future that we want to build for this corridor? And for me, that future looks like a vibrant economic district that is safe for families, is safe for pedestrians, is safe for cyclists. So while we can say that maybe nothing is specifically broken right now, I think that there's certainly room for improvement. And paint and narrower lanes is an easy way to make a step towards the goal.
Member Prank?
Thank you. I'm definitely in favor of the painting of the white edge lines. I do think that the visual will help impact behavior in the area. I don't think that we're in a position right now to commit, larger dollars to the actual narrowing of lanes. And I also wonder if, when we're talking about targeted blocks, should some of that be driven by conversations with the businesses along the corridor as well, and in garnering some support from the businesses of those particular blocks to really invest in that kind of change before we're making the decision for the corridor itself? I mean, if we can't do it throughout and we don't have the funding to make that happen right now, and we want to eventually look at targeting, let's get some buy-in and investment from the businesses to say, hey, this is an area that you should do it, and this is why we think so.
Just real quick before we get down to this, because I know that eventually, especially once I think it's once we get past Shenango, if we're going south towards Bellevue, I think it becomes 3 lanes and that there is no lane that or no solid line that we could add at this point. I guess in terms of this discussion, we're only talking about not removing any lanes, but just marking parking lanes, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't want to see that 3rd lane from Shenango disappear without us having a larger conversation about removing a lane.
This would be
that
on the
type of thing.
parking lanes.
What's that?
It would be on the parking lanes all the way
Yeah,
down.
okay,
Yes.
perfect. I just want to make sure of that, so. All right. Anything further on this one? I think we gave direction on lane narrowing. All right.
Okay, and then, so the next council direction was the evaluation of adding trees. Staff determined that tree installation is feasible in areas with sufficiently wide enough sidewalks. An example is shown here on the right at Lehigh and Broadway. The staff would recommend that we use the larger tree wells in the future, longer ones, maybe even connecting these together. The estimated cost would probably be $100,000 to $150,000 on this per block. That would be design, construction, irrigation, if we wanted to move forward on a targeted block to look at. There are several blocks that have existing sidewalk that's wide enough to accommodate what's shown in the screen here. So the council direction requested on this one is, should staff advance this as a capital project to design tree installations on select blocks, and the select blocks would be determined by the South Broadway Revitalization Group. Maybe we're bringing in council with that, city management, to decide which block that we would want to target for adding trees. But we can do it. It would just be $150,000, so there would be some investment that would be needed to do it.
Yep. Sounds good. Member Russell?
Thank you. So when I asked the question earlier, how much money do we have set aside? So how much money do we have set aside for this project that we're talking about right now?
Yes, thank you, Member Russell. So for these specific complete streets ones that you're hearing tonight, there is no identified funding source. That being said, what's included in the packet is there are some grant opportunities and things we can explore. But right now, unlike things like wayfinding or public art or the little free libraries, what you're seeing right now is not funded. So we would, if you give us a direction to move forward, we would then need to identify different funding opportunities, of which there are some grants and some other things that we could explore.
And I would just add to that, I think that for the ones that you've seen so far, minus maybe the striping, the 50,000 mark is a little bit hard to try to fit into an existing budget. But for instance, this one would absolutely need to go in the 2027 capital improvement budget if council wanted us to move forward with it.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that's what I wanted to know, because here is my concern, is that council would say, yeah, go ahead with all of it. And then you feel like you are obligated to come up with the money and do this, and then we end up in financial trouble. I want staff to be honest with this council. We cannot afford this, because I don't want y'all wasting a whole lot of time either when we don't have the money. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm always curious about this one. What's the largest chunk of the tree canopy cost? Is it the trees themselves or is it the irrigation?
Yeah, I think it would be the irrigation, and then the survey that has to be done as well. So it would be, there's a Colorado law called the Sioux law. You have to pothole every single utility that you cross when you're installing conduit underground. That's usually where the bulk of the cost is. But for like installing the tree itself isn't the bulk of money is.
Well, that's what I wonder. I'm just wondering, can we plant the tree without the irrigation and hire a third party to irrigate the trees?
That's definitely possible. Parks has noted that they would prefer that it would be irrigated because it does become a maintenance hassle to continually water them. But it is possible to just do an open cut, the concrete, add the tree. We have to make sure, we need a survey, make sure that we're not interfering with any utilities that are in that location. But yeah, it would be something that the parks would also have to get buy off on, that they're comfortable with that.
All right. Honestly, I would like to explore this one a little bit further. I would love to explore this by not doing the irrigation. That just seems to be the biggest chunk of this, of adding trees. If we're considering this medium term, I believe it becomes a longer term problem if we're trying to get irrigation. I just don't understand why we wouldn't be able to hire a third party to irrigate trees. Trees don't require that much water. They do it to begin with, but not once they're a little bit more mature. So that's kind of where I stand. And I guess just additional data, like I'm not sure how our irrigation is working currently on other parts of South Broadway, getting an idea of whether or not whether or not we've been having issues there throughout. I know we used to have issues in the medians on South Broadway north of Hampton, but are we continuing to have those type of issues where the irrigation doesn't become as cost effective as we're thinking it's providing the city? So that's my thoughts on this. Member Frank.
I'd second what the mayor said on this. Much as I'm trying to be cost conscientious in other areas, I do think tree canopy is important. I would like to see it increase. I definitely would like to explore it without the irrigation installed. As much as I don't want to create additional burden for our Parks and Rec staff, my guess would be that the cost of paying our staff to go do the irrigation would be less than the cost of installing and doing the studies and all of that. So I think that we could strike a right balance there. I also think that there's opportunity here, again, to have conversation with business. Because in my mind, if you're getting trees out in front of your business and there's not a lot of trees along that corridor. So if you've got an area where people can stop and get some shade and take a break and have a drink of water, they might enter your business. So I do think that there's opportunity to have conversation for maybe some shared responsibility around tree installation with.
I just imagine a budget line item for water pails now because of that. So, Member Russell.
Thank you. I am all about the tree canopy, but I'm going to tell you, putting trees in without an irrigation system is a recipe for failure. Because look at that, the street, they're surrounded by concrete and pavement. Not enough water will be able to fall in that hole if you do not have irrigation there. And so if we're moving forward with it, we have got to put the irrigation in. And I think that's why a lot of trees died even along downtown and a little bit north. So I'm okay with looking into it. I think maybe getting the businesses to, I don't know, what do we do now with North Broadway? Are we requiring the businesses to pay for any of that or to care for it?
The answer is no, we're not.
Okay, so I don't think it should be any different with South Broadway.
Member Bethel.
I think Member Russell is absolutely correct on this. One of the reasons that our residential trees don't require much supplemental watering is because of the breadth of their root system and how much groundwater they can absorb. And in these urban situations, as Member Russell's pointed out, there just isn't as much water available to them. So we do need to explore installing them with irrigation. And I'm 100% in favor of exploring that option.
I should have known with your experience in landscaping that you would have known. So perfect. Thank you very much, Member Bethel. I think we got given direction on this one, realizing that we're kind of behind time now, but yeah.
Yep. One more. Okay. So council's long-term direction was to evaluate sidewalk widening. Staff found that full sidewalk widening, when we're talking adding 4 or 5 feet plus would be cost prohibitive. So no surprise there. Be about $1 million per block. So say generally not feasible, but something that we could go out and look for grants on. Given that staff looked at other potentially more cost-effective options of how to widen sidewalks, and one of those was doing a 2-foot curb and gutter extension, so that maintains the minimum parking widths while providing 2 feet of additional sidewalk space, which could also add potential room for more trees and parklets down the road. I've got this figure over here on the right side, and this is Quincy and Radcliffe. This is one of our sidewalks that's already pretty wide. But if we bumped out the curb and gutter by 2 feet, that brings that parking lane width from 9.5 feet down to 7.5 feet, which is basically what we see in downtown Englewood, where it's about 7.5 feet. And so the widths of the parking lanes on Englewood South, 285 to Bellevue, are extremely wide, and we could easily push another 2 feet out with curb and gutter and not have an issue. If we do it as a standalone project, it could be $200,000 per side a block. But if we look at doing these 2-foot curb and gutter extensions as part of another capital or maintenance project like the concrete utility project every year, we can get better unit pricing in order to do this at a cheaper cost, basically. So the council direction requested here is, should staff look into designing targeted sidewalk widenings using 2-foot curb and gutter extensions with locations to be identified by the revitalization group. And I also just want to preface this by saying that we do have to look into funding measures for this. If we don't have the funding for it, then we can't move forward on it. But we can look at, if we can look into seeing if we can find the funds for this, then it's something that could be feasible. Whether that's a grant or that's something, we get a good price by doing an ad alternate to one of our construction bids for a concrete utility job. And if it comes in reasonable, it's something we can afford, then it might be something we can consider.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So how wide are the sidewalks now on South Broadway?
Yeah, so it's anywhere between 5 and 9 feet.
So it's already between 5 and 9 feet.
Yep, some of them are 5, some of them are 9. There's not a real consistency.
So what is the benefit of widening the sidewalks?
Yeah, so it creates a better walking environment. You have more space and distance in between the cars and the traveling lanes. Then it also adds space to where you could potentially put in trees and landscaping in the future. That's kind of a long-term goal for the project.
Okay, 5 feet is enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Maybe not 3. 9 foot is adequate for that. I understand that. I just want to know if there's other reasons why somebody would want the sidewalk wider.
Yeah, in a downtown area, like if you look at even downtown Englewood, downtown Littleton, any area where you have more pedestrian foot traffic, the larger the sidewalk, the better it is for just accessibility. Going and seeing businesses wanting to walk in that area. If you have a narrow, even 5 feet wide, it's really not that wide. It's just not conducive to make you want to go out there and feel comfortable in that area. Whereas a wider sidewalk is something you would see more in a shopping district.
Okay, and I appreciate that. South Broadway there are a lot of auto businesses, transmission, Grease Monkey, different places where people take their cars, and it's not conducive to being walkable like downtown Englewood is. In the 34 and 35 really 36, probably really Hampton all the way to Dartmouth. There is a more concentration of businesses and restaurants. Farther south are a lot of places where people drive to get work done on their car or whatever. So I just wondered if there was another reason besides those. So I appreciate that.
I guess, Mr. Keener, one question. Dr. Cog, this would not be eligible for a Dr. Cog grant, would it? Just thinking, I think they award based on multi-mobility, and since we're not doing full multi-mobility.
That's a good question. I mean, it's something we could look into. There's several grants out there that this could fall under. There is a larger, I believe, Dr. Cog corridor study with Littleton. And so if we're doing something that's not in the vision of that larger corridor study, I think that's the BRT rapid transit.
Right.
I would assume they wouldn't want to give us a grant if we're not doing what they, want
Right.
with their BRT.
Okay. I would be in favor of looking at this, but obviously the grant funding is going to be the major impetus for me to move forward with something like this. Obviously, we're not at the end of the slide deck yet, so I think there's some other items that I saw as beneficial as well. So just knowing the cost of this, I do want to explore it, but obviously just in the hopes that we could get grant funding, and I'd say no to it. Member Prang?
I agree with what Mayor just said. Explore some grant funding, or if we can fit it within the scope of other ongoing projects, to do it in targeted areas. The one question I have around this is, would there be any negative impacts as far as stormwater conveyance? Would this improve stormwater conveyance if we had a major rain event, or would this be a detriment to it?
So it wouldn't be a detriment. We would have to do a survey and get a design to make sure that we've got the right slopes and road profile. We would like to do these on areas that don't have stormwater inlets. That would lower the cost, because once we bump out, we'd have to look at moving a storm inlet, which could jack up the cost. So we would look at areas to where it would not be impactful to our existing stormwater network and make sure that all the slopes are working.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm in favor of areas where it's not going to increase our problems around stormwater. Thank you.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Bethel?
I guess I have mixed emotions here. I think I'm with the mayor in that this is a massive expense that I don't have much appetite for unless there's some specific grants at the table. I'm also reluctant to enter into a construction project of this magnitude and how it would impact the existing businesses. I've seen a lot of how, like, for instance, the BRT project along Colfax and those construction, issues and interruptions have impacted businesses, and I don't love how the existing businesses have been affected.
So explore, but only grant funding is what I understand. Well, actually, no, you were kind of mixed on it.
I am totally mixed.
Yeah, you're totally mixed. Yeah.
Let's explore some grant funding, and we can have this discussion if that money is there.
All right. All right, Mr. Keener, I think you got your marching orders on that one. So, Mr. Will Slay. Anything else, Will? Or sorry, Mr. Keener, Devin?
No, that's it.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out, Mayor and Council, that these next slides are just kind of a summary of what we talked about in terms of funding opportunities, as well as the grants that Public Works identified here. So now I'll turn it over to Will Slate.
Good evening, Council. Will Slate, Economic Development Manager. I'm the last working group of today. So following Council's September 8th direction, staff focused on 4 strategies for further study: land use, parking, corridor mobility, incentive programming. Each of these strategies today will discuss a project, and those projects contain actions. So tonight's goal is to present at a high level potential actions based on that phase 1 engagement, and then gather council's direction on which actions to implement, further study, or pause. And as a note, when we're discussing implementation, it is not saying that this is an official vote to implement a program. There will still be some refinement and further review needed, but they're closer to reality than the further study sections. Additionally, the ideas in discussion tonight are timely as discussions around economic vitality have popped up as the city's entered its strategic planning. 2 additional notes on the strategies above before we begin. One is for parking. Staff is pausing further study of this strategy at the time just due to capacity limits. And then 2 is for mobility. Many of the key actions identified in phase 1's direction from council are being managed by Complete Streets. So this working group will continue to support their work. So my request is that we'll run through the project and its subsequent actions and then open up for council direction. I'll summarize for the discussion. So our first project aims to understand how we can improve the flexibility of our land use codes. 3 potential actions for council's consideration are: 1, conducting developer roundtables with the goal to learn from developers about barriers and opportunities in Englewood. 2, exploring reducing commercial parking requirements, where we can explore how this reduction could eliminate potential barriers for businesses and development. These changes could also be included in the Title 16 review later this year. And then 3, entertainment zones, also known as designated drinking areas, a policy that creates alcohol consumption areas in the public right-of-way. Denver and Arvada have existing programs, and Englewood had implemented a similar policy during the pandemic. So staff asks council if we should conduct these roundtables and if there's anything specific you'd be looking to learn from them, if we should further study the potential to reduce commercial parking requirements, and if we should further study the concept of entertainment zones.
Thank you very much, Will. Any questions or any thoughts regarding the 3 items? I'll just jump in here. So for 1 and 2, I would say yes. I would be up for that. I'm not as big in favor of the entertainment zones, though. And I'm assuming the developer roundtables would just be for just that entire area of South Broadway, not any specific area.
Correct. We would also be trying to capture different levels of developers. So those who develop smaller parcels, those who develop larger parcels, trying to get a good mix of audience.
Right. And it might also go into the conversation we're going to have later regarding motel use. I know that we've had developers in the past reach out to us about utilizing existing motels for affordable housing. So, okay.
Correct.
I'd be in favor of that. So, yeah, I think kind of said my piece there, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm supportive of considering all 3 of those, probably on the entertainment zones, limiting to that to relatively small areas where it'd be of the most commercial viability and use, and not broadly across the corridor.
Anyone else? Member Bethel?
Yeah, I'm in support of 1 and 2.
Member Russell?
I am not in support of any of them. I mean, the developers have already been running the city and the direction we're going. I would rather engage current businesses and the public to see rather than developers. We've had an open door to developers to do whatever they wanted, and it's not made our city better. Reducing commercial parking spaces. If we don't have parking for our commercial areas right now, our sales and use tax has been going down. According to the 2026 budget, it is only 59% of the generated revenue. If we continue reducing areas for people to visit the commercial areas that we have, we're going to be bankrupt and we won't be able to afford the services that we already have, meaning police and fire. So I'm not in support of that, definitely. And definitely I'm not in support of legislation to entertain for entertainment zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Prang, you want to go ahead?
I'll weigh in. So the developer roundtables, is that to discuss like encouragement to council to adopt land use legislation, or what's the purpose of the roundtable?
So the purpose would be an open conversation with people who are interested in potential opportunities in Englewood and discussing potential barriers. This is an idea that we're also discussing for businesses. So it's a more of an open-ended discussion in a small group setting. The end outcome of some type of roundtable would be reporting on the feedback from the developers. And so to your point, there's no specific target other than hearing what they see as opportunities or barriers.
Okay. I hear Member Russell's concerns on this. I'm not entirely against the idea of this if there's not an agenda at the outcome of encouraging council to take actions that it's council's responsibility to make a determination on. The parking piece, I'm still pretty torn on. I don't mind looking at the potential of reducing commercial parking requirements. I don't think that it should be a reducing parking requirements citywide focus. And I'm still in favor of having some balance around how we're going to manage parking if we're reducing available parking in the city. And then I'm not entirely against the entertainment zone exploration. Not a huge user of such zones, but it seems that there's maybe a taste for that in Englewood, and I'd be curious to see what the result of the conversation.
All right. Thank you very much. It
right.
sounded like yes to 1 and 2 based on feedback, right?
Yeah, and number 3, I have a tie, according to my tally. So.
Okay. So I'm in favor of exploring. I'm just trying to visualize exactly where, if we want to get over
Yes,
the tie.
And the entertainment zones could be a longer term project when we're thinking about some of the conversations around trying to expand pedestrian capabilities or sidewalks. It's not something that we have to move forward this further study now. Similar to some of the conversations around complete streets, there are other initiatives that we could make progress on and keep this in the back of our mind. And then when the time seems right, move forward with a further study and a more deeper conversation.
Right. All right. Sounds good.
The next project in Strategy 1 focuses on the motels. At this time, staff is recommending we pause development of a plan for the motels until a stronger relationship and clearer timeline exist with the property owners. We wanted to note, though, that the redevelopment and reuse of motels, as you all know, is an intensive and expensive process, and further discussions are needed to understand what incentives, if any, the city would support in any of these endeavors. Now, we will also touch on the incentives at the end of this presentation. At this time for no motels, there's no direction requested from council, but I am open to any feedback that you have on the topic.
I guess the only question that I have are, trying to think of their name, just the cold weather sheltering group that hands out the vouchers. Are they utilizing the motels today? At Forest, yes.
They are.
Okay, so any decision here could impact, any future decision that we have on this could impact where those vouchers are utilized. Okay, that was really my only question on this.
Run. Our third project is 2 pages, so we'll go through these 2 actions, hop to the third, and then discuss. So this project comes from community feedback that asked for the ability to reduce auto-focused uses along the corridor. Staff developed 3 potential approaches that would need further study, and one important note is that these would only affect future uses. They could not affect existing businesses. At a very high level, the potential options are restricting new used car sales in certain zones, adding distancing requirements for new uses. And on the third page, adjusting the time between non-conforming uses. The non-conforming use option is something to keep in mind is that this is only effective if coupled with one of the other two options from the previous page. And so staff asks council which options, if any, we should further explore, and if you have any questions about what is listed here or on the next slide.
I'd hate to bring this up at this point. Well, I think these are pretty big decisions. I think that we would be making. This one feels like this is something that a full body of council should be making on this type of decision, just because of the previous discussions we've had around used car lots. I think one of the concerns that certain members of council have had was whether or not that would violate the taking aspect and open us to any type of suit based on that. That's one of the things. But I'm in favor of exploring these, but I do feel that it requires 7 members of council on this.
And if I may, I do hear you on this is a much larger conversation than we can attempt to even scratch the surface on in one study session. The options here are very high level and just making sure that council feels that there's enough meat on the bones to continue a conversation here. The 3 options were pulled together through conversations with the city attorney's office and the planning department. So again, just a high level conversation to make sure we're on the right track and if there's interest to continue.
Will, could you explain the third one a little bit better for me, the short non-conforming use
Yes,
abandonment
so this
time?
is the most confusing of the 3. So a non-conforming use in an area, if the use is no longer allowed in that area, a current use can continue to exist in that area. If that business use moves, we have an abandonment time frame currently, which means that a similar use can move within 180 days and continue operating in a non-conforming use. So in this sense, if we had shortened it to a shorter time frame, 90 days, there would be less ability for a non-conforming use to turn over. There are issues with that as well, because when you shorten the time frame, that also increases the administration in terms of proving abandonment and then managing and tracking any potential transition. So this definitely is a very nuanced one, both on the staff and business side.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Was there any discussion on just doing an overlay or targeting certain blocks to prohibit these uses?
Yes, and I'm trying to remember Brian's exact words. So targeting specific areas will open us up more likely to legal issues for like a specific area that isn't defined by a land zone. So one of our normal use zones. So I don't know if I'm putting it into the most accurate words, but yes, we did explore trying to create a district where you're not allowed to do something, and that would open us up to legal challenges, or could open us up.
I would like some legal analysis on that, if we could, to understand. Is there, I understand, I see the problem, and don't want to, cause the problem, but is there a way to, create a new zone where it's, instead of just MUB2, it's, MUB something else that's specifically entertainment and walkability, a district that's for pedestrian-oriented businesses, such that it, wouldn't run into the same problem because it is a legitimate different zone with different uses intended.
Anything further from members of council? Member Prang.
Thank you. I definitely think this is a conversation that needs to be had, and it needs to be a dedicated in and of itself conversation, which probably we should allocate the whole first half of a study session to, so that we can actually really delve into the conversation and the benefits and risks of decisions around this.
Correct.
All right. Anything further from members of council? Will, do you think you have direction on that one?
I do.
Okay.
All right, so for our last project for this strategy, it deals with the processes our business goes through. This is, again, 2 slides. However, we'll go through 1 slide at a time together. The community working group identified a need to improve certain city processes to make it easier for businesses. Both the processes discussed today are nothing new to council or staff. The two focus areas identified for improvement were patio and food truck permitting. We'll run through the patio options together now. So those potential actions could include improving our permit system to reduce friction and staff administration load, extending patio permit terms from 1 year to 2 year renewal terms, and then third is potentially removing the bonding requirement for street furniture. Staff asks if council supports the implementation of a permit improvement project, implementation of a 2-year renewal period, and further study of bond requirements for street furniture.
We're going to go this page by page.
Yes, this one we'll just tackle the patio process, and then the next page we'll tackle the food truck process.
So I guess my question on the first two, why is this a council decision, not staff?
Because there's no allocated funding to the permit process as of right now, and you'll see the IMS update. IMS is the software we use for both patios and food trucks. Creates a lot of confusion for customers and staff.
Okay, I would be in favor of the first two. The third one, can you give me a little bit more information on that one, Will?
Yes. So in discussions with the city, or from the business owner's perspective, let me start there. When they're renewing their patio furniture, One Table, Western Sky, they run into the issue where they're required to submit a bond, even though they're only putting out street furniture. The reason that this is required was in discussions with city attorney is that we do not define street furniture. So actually street furniture is treated like any other construction object in the public right of way. There are 3 potential options that we can use to address this, which could be leveraging an existing waiver authority for the city manager to waive the bond requirement on a case-by-case basis, an update of the ordinance, or a much more complex overhaul of city maintaining and ownership on all patios in the city. So that's in a gist, the issue we're looking at is that these street furnitures aren't accurately defined in the system and require extra cost and time for the business owners on an annual basis when they do these permits.
All right, so I would be yes to that one as well, but I guess I have a question on the first one. Don't we already have a system in place that creates a workflow when something gets requested?
Yes.
And it goes through? What does this $9,000 cost then?
So IMS is the system we use for a lot of our workflows. The reason that it's an issue is because the workflow is not built towards the patio permit process. So from the customer service experience, if you're trying to navigate it without any direction from staff, it's very hard to find the menus, follow the process, understand what documentation is needed. And then the workflows themselves aren't fully developed to make sure that we're leveraging IMS's renewal notifications and other items that are a part of the system and software, but aren't activated in the current workflow. So the $9,000 at a high level, I met with staff and customers just to understand what were some of the issues and how they were going through this process. We made a process map and then submitted it to IMS, roughly estimating what the cost would be to update the system.
Got it. Okay.
One important note to know is that IMS is managed individually by each department, so some capabilities you may have seen will look more built out than other departments' capabilities in IMS.
Thank you. Yeah, configuration change. Okay. I thought it was Member Russell next, and then I think we were going this way. Member Russell, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Member Bethel.
Thank you. And so my question is, if we don't have the funding to do this now, and we go ahead and approve this, what does that mean? There's going to be a budget supplemental?
The next step, if you were to approve this today, would be for me to go and further flesh out the project details and come back with an actual detailed plan for a final review before we move forward with any formal allocation of budget not currently set for a project like this.
And then you would also have a more accurate cost on what it's going to cost and where you're intending to get the money from.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm supportive of moving forward with all 3 of these.
Member Bethel?
I also support moving forward in all three. I think that we need to make it as simple as possible to operate a small business in our community.
Member Prang?
I'm in support of all three of these as well. Am I understanding correctly that the estimated $9,000 is a one-time expense?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of all three.
Cool. Mr. Slate?
Perfect. The second process to review deals with food trucks. We again identified 3 potential options. Once again, we're highlighting the need to streamline the permit system to better handle the food truck permit process. The second is a discussion around simplifying the cost structure for food truck operators. This was a topic brought up previously by council via council communications. And then third is exploring a tiered permit structure to create temporary, semi-permanent, or permanent food truck permits. Staff asked if council supports the implementation of the permit process improvement, the implementation of a simplified fee structure, and further study of a tiered permit system for food trucks. For the first two, similar to the last one, when we're discussing implementation, agreement today gives me direction to go back and further flesh out the details of these plans for a quote-unquote final or another review, not necessarily going back and implementing it.
All right, any questions? Member Prang?
I don't have any questions, but I'm in favor of all three of these as well.
Yeah, same here. I think we're good there. All right, thank you, Will. One last one, or two?
4 more, sorry, Mayor. For our third strategy, corridor mobility, we really only have one major project, which is local transit. As noted, the efforts to improve walkability and safety along this corridor are being managed by the Complete Street groups. The main project is local transit. So the first discussion that the community had and council had talked about was a possible expansion of fixed route service going north and south, which could be an expansion of BERT or a new north-south line. Staff is recommending we pause this pursuit due to its high cost, limited funding potential, and an overlap with RTD's 0B route. This would also make RTD unlikely to fund any fixed north route service, unlike BERT, where they currently fund around 85% of that fixed route service. The recommendation, if council is interested in the short term, would be to focus our efforts on marketing RTD's existing services and the work going into the bus stops on this corridor. The second project is about exploring an on-demand microtransit pilot. This service model is something that RTD supports and believes complements their fixed route service. And while no funding has been secured to this point, a pilot is cheaper to launch and operate typically compared to a fixed route service. One important note to mention is that MV, our current conductor or operator for BERT, conducted a microtransit analysis and noted that other sections of the city may be more suitable for a pilot than the Broadway corridor. This could mean that while a pilot might not directly serve the corridor to start, a successful pilot could be the foundation for an expanded service that could serve this area. So staff asked council if they support further developing a potential pilot for microtransit in the city that could eventually benefit the corridor.
Thank you very much, Will. Any comments here? Go ahead, Member Bethel, and then Member Prang.
I'm a no on these. I think that RTD infrastructure should be leaned on, and I think that regional transit model is robust enough. Should be. That's where we need to put our work to, rather than the city.
Member Prang.
I largely agree with those comments. The only area that I would want to continue to identify money for a pilot would be if we don't end up with a grocery store back over where Safeway left. And so creating some kind of option to especially get elderly residents to a grocery store at least once or twice a week.
I'm in agreement with that. Mayor Pro Tem.
I am supportive of the on-demand microtransit pilot transit analysis. Not that does any good now that we've heard from 3 people who are opposed, but I am supportive.
Regarding the on-demand, though, aren't we exploring that for other parts of the city, but not just South Broadway?
Yes, this was a conversation that started in parallel.
Yeah.
So there have been discussions around a potential microtransit pilot. It is something that we've seen successfully launched in Lone Tree through the Link on Demand, Highlands Ranch, and other areas. And then I previously launched a program in San Diego. So we've seen and experienced different levels of microtransit programming.
I'm in favor of the on-demand, but just not within the South Broadway corridor. Kind of similar to what Member Brink stated. All right, we have direction on that one.
All right, we're in the final stretch. Strategy 4, incentive programming. So our final strategy focuses on incentivizing the types of businesses and development we envision for the corridor. For our first project, though, we're focusing on supporting the existing businesses. Here we have one pilot here, one pilot on the next slide, that are designed to support existing businesses' retention and support their long-term success. The first pilot is launching a flexible improvement grant. This grant would provide up to $5,000 for corridor businesses, and the funding could support beautification, signage, and marketing. The proposed funding of $40,000 total would come from the existing economic development budget for 2026. If approved, staff would work with the working groups and businesses to define the exact parameters for the grant's eligible uses. And one important note is that if this grant is highly used, we would need to possibly revisit economics development budget for 2026 to avoid impacts to our other grant products. Staff asks council if they support moving forward with the implementation of this program.
All right, any thoughts from council? Not into the head, yes, thumbs up, or we're good? So this is already included within the budget for this year?
Correct.
All right, yeah, sounds great.
The second pilot is considering a launch of a business training cohort with the Small Business Development Center. The goal of this program is to marry peer learning with expert support. Training would be based around the need of each individual business owner who participates. And long-term, we'd aim to develop a local network of small business owners in hopes of increasing engagement both between them and with the city. Staff asks council if we should move forward with the implementation of this program. And then one final note is that the $0 to $5,000, we can get pretty scrappy with this with SBDC and leveraging their existing training. But if we're willing to dedicate extra funding to this, we can build a higher level program for the small business owners.
That's what I was going to ask. So this isn't partnership with SBDC.
Correct.
Okay.
And this would be an expansion of the current services they provide through the contract we offer.
I'm in favor of that, so I think we're good.
All right, 2 more. The second project for strategy 4 is discussing a vacancy management program, something council previously discussed. This second project, staff is recommending that we revisit a vacant building registration, but focus it only on commercial buildings and not residential. There was positive interest in this type of program during previous council discussions around better understanding the cost and benefit of these types of programs, but the conversations diverged when discussing residential and commercial vacancies. Staff asks if council supports us revisiting this discussion, but only focusing on commercial properties. And if so, is there anything you'd like staff to bring forward to those future conversations?
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I think not only has CEAC talked about this, they brought it up again after council had said no. Council didn't want to move forward with it at the time. So what kind of direction are we going to go through if we're going to put demands on the commercial property owners? Is that correct? The city is, because they're vacant.
So at this time, we haven't designed the program, recognizing that there's been a lot of conversation previously with both committee and council. To that end, we're asking if council is open to revisiting this topic, where we could bring the potential options for how we could manage and implement this program. So at this time, there's no specifics other than an ask to see if council is willing to revisit the topic since it has been discussed so much.
Okay, I am not interested in revisiting this. Code enforcement themselves brought it up, not understanding that council had already said no. And so I don't think we should be dealing with this right now. We have enough other things on our plate. Thank you.
I would still like to explore this. I think one of the pauses that I had last time around was just having a blanket statement for all of the city. And my argument there was that we were in the midst of talks around city center redevelopment. So why would a business owner want to rent in an area that we're about to redevelop? So if we were to look at this again, I would like to see potentially not like a blanket statement for Englewood, just maybe identify specific areas within the city that we want to revitalize. Start there first. Member Prank?
I'd be in favor of revisiting with a more specific scope as well. I feel like we have gotten some feedback on this, like through some of our surveys and conversations with residents. So I just think that it's still worthy of exploring, but definitely not related to residential areas, commercial corridors, and if we can narrow the scope so that, you know, there's less burden and impact on staff to be studying this. Yeah.
Anyone else in favor? Yep, I think we're good.
The last project covered tonight discusses potential tools to incentivize development of businesses and properties along this corridor. Many of the previous projects in various strategies focused on limiting unwanted uses, and it will be important to develop a program which focuses on encouraging more of the uses the community wants. Our first action would be to discuss possible governance and finance mechanisms like a general improvement district or a TIF district. These are strong tools that can fund the vision for a corridor. However, we're recommending we pause the discussion of these tools until stronger property owner alignment exists. The second action looks to develop a thorough conversation around funding. Additional funding tools are available to support the corridor's initiatives, and staff is recommending we schedule a study session on incentive tools, which could be revolving loan funds, fee waivers, tax rebates, to determine what tools, if any, council would like to see further studied and potentially implemented. Staff asks if council is willing to review and discuss potential funding programs in a future study session, and if there are any funding programs they really want to see or really do not want to see in those discussions.
That's a loaded question. So wouldn't the second one kind of go with the first, understanding exactly what the property owners want to do with that side of Broadway, and then that can give us a little bit more guidance in terms of the second, whether or not there's other types of fees that we should be considering? Or
It's a little bit of a Venn diagram where there's definitely a middle component or a middle section between them. Other cities use revolving loan funds to support local small businesses in getting loans they wouldn't otherwise be able to access, which is not something you typically see in a general improvement district that's focused on maintenance and sanitation. So they are different discussions to a degree, but there is overlap between the two as well. Where the bottom part wouldn't necessarily require as much property owner involvement to understand their needs, wants, and goals.
Okay. Yeah. The second one, I'm open to having that discussion in terms of what funding mechanisms and how they're funded and that level of. I don't know enough to say what I don't want in it, but I would. Anything that we could do to support small businesses that aren't able to get the financing through other means, you know, I'd be open to that conversation. So, all right, some head nodding yes, potentially. Well, we got 3 on this side, so at this point, so I think that that's something we may want to consider. Is there anything that you wanted to add there, Jack? Or
I'm just listening to Member Ward in my brain right now.
oh no, exactly. I am too. Especially on the first one, I was like, yeah. No, I'm hearing that as well. Like I'm thinking about that aspect of it. So, are you still a thumbs up or not a thumbs up?
I'm a firm thumb to the side.
Yeah. Okay. Again, yeah. We also have to consider the fact that there's not a seventh member right now, so it may not have the full body support come a few months from now. So this may be something that we want to put on the back burner. Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just would like to weigh in too. I'm not in favor of this either, and so it could be 3-3 right now.
Right.
So anyway,
I
it's not
agree.
that I'm not all about small business, but we also need to be financially sound.
Exactly.
Thank
I
you.
agree with that. Thank you, Member Russell. All right. Well, anything else?
Just a summary slide of what we discussed today. We don't need to rehash any of these, but I wanted to ask one last simple question of if there's anything you'd like to revisit or if there's any ideas that weren't discussed today that you had hoped staff would further investigate.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I have some interest in single stair, would be more broadly in the building code, but I think would impact this corridor more than anything by creating potential development opportunities where they aren't there right now.
I'm in that same boat. I thought of that whenever we were talking about the developer roundtable aspect. So, all right, I saw 3 head nods there. 4. All right.
Thank you, Will, and thank you to everyone who presented. So just really quickly, I'm going to summarize. Mayor, I did have a few question prompts here, but I think if you're okay with it, in the interest of time, we can talk about these in greater detail the next time I come before you, which would be in June or July. But just to kind of summarize, we did, Colton and I did collect detailed notes like we did last time on your direction. So we'll be providing those to staff in a meeting on Monday. We also recorded council requests we'll follow up on. I did record that we will plan on having a study session with you on automotive uses this spring. Also, if you're amenable, it sounded like one on tools to incentivize businesses that we can also bring back in the spring. And then the plan right now is to come back before you in June or July to give you further updates on everything we've implemented to this point, and also have a further discussion with you about the future and a phase 3. And obviously, as you mentioned, other ideas involving the single staircase discussion.
All right. Sounds good.
And, that's it.
All right,
Thank
Tim.
you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Before that, Member Russell, you had a final comment?
I actually have a final question. On the section before the economic development, there were a couple pages and you said they were summary, like potential funding. I don't know if it would be just before this section, the economic.
Right there.
Next one forward. So we didn't discuss this, correct?
Not really.
Engineer Keener kind of touched on some of this. So this relates to complete streets, and so we didn't go through this slide in detail, but some of this was touched on when he was talking about some of the different projects.
Okay, so the only question I had was on the concrete utility budget and pavement maintenance budget. Unless the concrete utility, that's a fund, isn't that a designated fund? The concrete utility fund?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Councilmember Russell, thank you for the question. Yes, so it would be only utilized for concrete replacement that was damaged or in need to be replaced. It would be a partial funding opportunity if there were sections that needed to be replaced. So it's designated for that specific use.
Okay, but it wouldn't be used for any of the new sidewalks that we would be considering?
We would have to review that and make sure it aligned with that utility. So generally, I would say no, because it's more of a maintenance and not necessarily an enhancement.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Member Russell. And with that, I think we are complete with the second item. Is that correct, Tim?
We are. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, everyone, we're going to take a 10-minute break. If we could be back here at 8:50, I'm going to have a side conversation with our city manager to find out if there's any items that we can push potentially. So, thank you very much.
What do we need to like?
All right, members of council, we are now back. We good? All right. All right, everyone, we decided we're going to keep the next 3 items, hoping that they don't take as long as we allocated. But up first is going to be Director of Public Works, Victor Rachael, Traffic Engineering Manager Thomas Shaw, and Communications Team, the traffic team. And also our project partners from Slate Communications here to provide information regarding the Vision Zero update and branding discussion. So, Chris, are you going to kick us off?
Yeah, I can quickly kick us off. Hi, I'm Chris Hargith, Director of Communication, joined by Thomas Shaw, Traffic Engineer, and Ryan Burke from our Communications Consultant, Slate Communications.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris. Council, Mayor, thank you for having us tonight. We're interested in just sharing some updates on the Vision Zero efforts as far as some of its rebranding and some of the work we've been coordinating with communications on. So since the last meeting that council had in a special meeting, November of 2024, where Adam Maxwell was previously acting as a traffic engineering manager for the city city staff took back the comments that were shared that night and just some of the perspectives and naming of, well, how could Vision Zero maybe be rebranded or be renamed to be a little bit more resonant for community members, but then also be simplified in such a way that could really demonstrate how we're going to try to promote safety from a variety of perspectives. And ultimately, the communications team and traffic landed on the branding name, Safety on the Move, with the emphasis being our roads, our responsibilities, and how it's not just from an engineering perspective, how can we introduce countermeasures to improve traffic and transportation safety in the right-of-way, but also driver responsibility, vehicular design, and a variety of other aspects. One of the things that stems from Vision Zero is known as the 3 E's. From this last special meeting, we had decided to, from council direction, shift and rename education as engagement. We really emphasize that collaboration with the community, emphasizing some of our programs like Angle Fix, where and how we provide open houses and engagement efforts on projects and efforts, as well as maybe one of the ones that we hope to kick off a little bit more in the future being the citywide transportation plan, and how that couples and complements some of our other efforts in the more engineering and enforcement space, whether that's PD conducting enforcement on some of our busier roads, or from an engineering perspective, whether it's walk and wheel, complete streets, traffic calming, or more one-off crash mitigation. How can we maybe always be on the perspective or on the lookout for countermeasures that could be introduced to help alleviate crash safety? Some of those things that we might break out a little bit further as far as the several categories being ongoing, current, and future projects and programs. Just trying to recognize that there are things that will be continuous in how we look to improve transportation safety, mostly more in the maintenance vein, whether those again are the continual efforts that our operations team are working towards, signing, striping, signal maintenance, and preventative preventative maintenance, as well as speed enforcement. Some of the current projects that we have going on, including our neighborhood traffic calming program development, Broadway complete streets, West Broadway multimodal, or some of the pedestrian crossing improvements, both on Broadway and Oxford, as well as some future projects that are planned for later in 2026 and beyond, including the transportation plan, future walk and wheel implementations, as well as traffic and transportation open houses and public engagements events. One thing we'll always try to look at from a crash perspective and transportation safety perspective is how can we grade ourselves and evaluate ourselves in understanding how much of an impact we're making in the right-of-way. While it might be challenging to have the ultimate goal of zero traffic-related fatalities and serious bodily injuries be something that we can observe and bring to realization in a timely manner, being able to recognize where we are making a change, where we are improving traffic safety is something that we're going to continue to try to focus on. Primarily, we're going to be doing that through a variety of crash data perspectives and looking at crash mapping, being able to more regularly understand how the traffic crashes, where the trends are changing if we're seeing spikes in certain areas, but then also being able to make that relative to traffic counts. So while we might see an increase in traffic crashes at a specific location, how can we maybe also understand all the other variables that are contributing to that?
Okay, so who are we trying to reach with this program? We're looking to reach 4 target audiences. That, of course, is the city organization. So we're looking at the internal staff here. But we're also looking at city partners. So what we know is that the communications team can't handle this on their own. So we're looking at crowdsourcing a lot of the communication and the safety efforts and the messaging as well. Truly, who we're trying to make sure that we really want it to sink in and have that really friendly voice and that friendly messaging is for the school-age children and for residents and businesses as well. So really making sure that we're working together as a community to really spread the message of like, our goal is to create a much safer community and try to reduce the amount of incidents that happen on our streets. So how do we promote it? Of course, we're gonna work with the Englewood team here to use all the communication efforts and platforms that we already have, but also really looking again to our partners and crowdsourcing a lot of our education efforts and our communication efforts as well. So really making sure that we're using everything that we can without, create a massive budget. So really trying to be efficient and financially responsible when we do these promotions. So a lot of this is going to be a lot of in-person interaction, as well as working with the school district as well, just to try to make sure that they're distributing some of the materials. What you see here is the vision board. Essentially what this is these are the people in the community that we are looking to protect and help and make them feel safe when they're out and about, as well as the people that are going to be spreading the word. So when we look at law enforcement, we look at the people from the Public Works Department, we look at anybody that is interacting with the community, from the internal staff here to the community. They have the messaging, they're spreading the word about safety on the move. So this is really a representation of your very colorful, very diverse, very vibrant city here, and how can we actually bring that into an actual brand. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to make something that you'll see 3 options here. We wanted to create a brand that felt very kid-friendly, something that they want to take home as swag, but also talk to their parents about. Kids are a great way to help market something like this, especially because it is really about them. It is about the community as a whole, but really making sure that it is a message that resonates with all individuals of every age group. And with this next one here, we wanted to make something that was a little bit more fluid, a little bit more fun, but again, we wanted to drive home that this is about safety on the streets. And so we wanted to incorporate a little bit of that flow of traffic and that movement as well. And then the next one. This one is more about just creating this vibrancy, something that we wanted kids to really latch onto if they saw some very colorful material and promotional material and communications, that they'd want to be able to wear it, share it, as well as any member of the staff that will be handing out any of these materials, but also when we create posters and flyers and booths and things like that, that when we're at events, they really do stand out quite a bit. And then lastly, we have the 3 options that our team had worked on at Slate Communications. When we actually worked with the staff here and the team, they did determine that they do prefer and recommend option B moving forward as the brand and the look, because it really does embrace a lot of what we're trying to do and really talk about safety on the streets and in our neighborhoods.
We're happy to take any questions or feedback.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Burke, for the conversation. Any questions from members of council or any direction on the 3 options? Go ahead, Member Pring.
Thank you. No questions. I love option B. It definitely gets movement going on and sends the message a little more strongly. But I also think maybe you could ask the kids what they like.
Yeah, I would mention that we did have participation from Joanna Polzin, the superintendent, and that was her recommendation as well, was number 2, but we could certainly find ways to ask the kids what resonates with them.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I like design, the second one as well. I did want to, well, thank you for all your work on this. I did want to just notice that there's I have kind of one caution, I guess, since we're moving away from the Vision Zero framing. Vision Zero is all about systems and incorporating into your design things that would prevent death and injury when humans mess up. And the one thing I see with this one potential challenge with this branding and the framing is that it orients most of it back, or we don't want to orient the whole project to put the responsibility back on the pedestrian to prevent the safety accidents, because the strength of Vision Zero is the responsibility is on the city and designing streets that prevent those deaths even when somebody messes up. So I just say that to I think that's something we got to keep an eye on with this with this branding, is that it's very strong on the engagement side, which I like, but it has the potential of taking some of the focus off of the design and implementation and rethinking the systems side. But otherwise, good.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, just one half of the equation, or at least partial. I'm in agreement with option B. That would be my preference, and yeah, I think the next conversation is going to lead into the bigger part of it that I'm interested in as well. So, anything further from members of council on this item? Oh, sounds great. Mr. Burke, Mr. Shaw, thank you very much. Chris, for your participation as well. Thank you very much for covering this item, and looking forward to the branding campaign.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time.
All right, Mr. Shaw, you are staying up there for this item as well. We're bringing up the FHU consulting team here to provide a project update on the neighborhood traffic calming program. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Victor Rochelle, Director of Public Works. Thomas has already been introduced. He's our Public Works Traffic Engineering Manager, and we have Rich Fulmer with FHU, Felsberg, Holton, Olivig, our selected consultant to help us develop the program. And this afternoon, we're going to be walking you through kind of where we're at and seeking feedback from council.
Thanks, Victor. Rich Fulmer with Felsberg Holnovig. We're a transportation consulting firm located over in the Denver Tech Center. I just want to spend some time tonight talking a little bit about traffic calming. You're probably familiar with some of the aspects of it, but the overall goal here is to create a program that the city can use to provide a balanced evaluation for any location within the city, primarily focused on your local neighborhood streets, but there are other opportunities for higher classification streets to install some of the measures that will come out of the project. I want to spend a little bit of time, our main goal is, of course, to provide safety for the traveling public for all modes. And I'm going to talk a little bit about tonight some of our basic scope elements, the research we've done, the possible measures that could be used in the city, our schedule, and then kind of what we've heard from the public so far. And then Thomas is going to chime in on a few other items. So relative to our scope of work, we've had some discussions with city staff relative to existing policies and projects that they have implemented. We've done some research with peer Colorado agencies, ones who have already developed these types of programs, as well as looked at national publications. We are working on the development of the ones that will be acceptable within the city. And we have had an initial coordination meeting with a working group of various city departments. We are currently preparing the program document, which will identify a variety of elements, the goals and objectives of the projects. There'll be a flow chart so that any resident can understand the process to go through on an eligible, or if they propose an eligible project, and how that might become eligible for traffic calming, device implementation. There'll be, I'm anticipating one-page kind of summaries of different acceptable traffic calming measures, which would describe the measure. There'll be an image or a photo of what those are, their advantages. There'll be kind of comparative information between the different measures relative to temporary or permanent costs, as well as maintenance requirements or the benefits that you might receive out of that particular measure. There will be threshold criteria. Not every street will be eligible. So we will have some kind of initial threshold criteria as well as some more detailed ones that will require some data collection and evaluation from city staff. And there will be an application process or a form that residents can fill out to promote a block or a corridor that they are interested in having traffic calming measures installed. There'll be some performance metrics and an evaluation process to understand how successful that project may be, whether it's related to speed reduction, reduction in traffic volume or cut through traffic or crashes. That's going to be all part of this, as well as improved safety for vulnerable populations. Part of our scope is to also put together a kind of a how-to guide to city staff to make the whole process easy. Part of our scope is also to develop 5 standard details based on the selected traffic calming measures. We're going to select 5 of them that will put some real detail to them relative to helping someone design one of those improvement measures. And there will be more public engagement. We'll have a more formalized city council presentation, a town hall, as well as another neighborhood nights is on our agenda. Very quickly to kind of go through some of the research we've done. These are some of the agencies that we've coordinated with or reviewed their policies. And of course, and along the bottom is some of the national, more public agencies or publications that we have reviewed to help us create our document. What's going to also be important is to make sure that the public understands what is not a traffic calming measure. And, you know, regulatory signage like a stop sign or speed limit sign, that is not what we're talking about here. Neighborhood signing that would be more of a warning of children playing in the street, that's not traffic calming. The same with enforcement, because that is more something that's more done on a temporary measure. So we'll have some information in our document relative to that as well. Our schedule, we're like I said, we're kind of we're in that basic toolbox development now and working towards a draft document. We'll be putting together different details and guidelines and criteria and so forth, and to, of course, be able to equip the city for success to create a balanced evaluation process for anywhere in the city. Of course, there are a plethora of different traffic calming treatments, but there's kind of 4 basic categories that we've been looking at. There are vertical treatments such as speed cushions or raised crosswalks, horizontal treatments such as chicanes, which is shown in the image there, where you take a street and actually deflect the travel path to slow people down. Could be some traffic calming circles and other, you know, curb reductions at intersections. Street width reductions is another option that we have, where there's, you know, curb bulb outs that's represented in the image. There are what we call chokers or pinch points that are more mid-block pedestrian safety islands. It could be at maybe a mid-block crossing or at a more busy intersection where there's just a small median out in the middle of the street to help pedestrians feel a little more safer as they are crossing. And there are also routing restrictions where you install some type of hardened delineator or barrier that would potentially close a portion of a street to totally eliminate traffic in potentially one direction or both directions. But these are the 4 that general kind of categories that we're currently looking at. I mentioned the neighborhood nights process. That was like right at the very beginning of our getting under contract with the city, and we heard some things like, you know, this started out as a neighborhood traffic calming program. Well, we heard a lot of input relative to what can you do on higher classification collector streets or possibly even arterial streets or at those types of intersections. We heard an interest of being able to quickly deploy them into pilot projects or with some temporary measures to see how well they might work, to see what their success is, and also just to make that process a little quicker. How the projects will be prioritized was something we heard, as well as some preference of some different measures with an emphasis on curb extensions and bulb outs is what we heard at that neighborhood nights. There's been an online survey that the city has used, and there was quite a few submissions. There are some general categories related to unsafe intersections, high vehicle speeds, or walking and biking challenges. And you can see the distribution of the percentages there on the reactions that we got from the public. And there was a variety of frequent comments that we did hear. Illegal movements, people blowing through stop signs, or they're even passing other vehicles on collector or local streets. There's a strong emphasis on trying to focus at least the initial projects on locations where you have your neighborhood bikeways or adjacent schools or parks. There's comments about some lacking infrastructure at intersections, whether that's warning signing or crosswalk treatments, curb ramps, etc. There's even a comment about the posted speed limits maybe being too high. Additional speed feedback signs were considered a great option to include, and some sight distance improvements are needed. Sometimes there were comments about motorists needing to almost pull into the cross street because they couldn't see around parked cars, etc. And then even that streets were sometimes deemed too wide. But a majority of them were related to comments. Well, most of the comments, the results that we got were on higher classification corridors, not just necessarily your neighborhood streets, but trying to see if we can do some of this along your collectors and more higher level traffic volume wise intersections.
Thank you, Rich. After the engagement session, we also organized with an internal working group, specifically with teams from Parks, PD, Fire, Streets, Communications, and several other public works teams. Really, the goal of this meeting was to understand and develop minimum design criteria and references, but considerations that we should make and understand on how we should be designing each time we approach traffic calming, whether it's maintaining drainage conditions, how speed cushions might impact emergency response times, or a variety of other measures that we really wanted to be able to develop those design details clearly and efficiently the first time, so that when we got to the design phase of the implementation stage, that we could work through those efforts quickly. Beyond that, we also started thinking about our initial evaluation and design criteria preferences as far as how will we evaluate locations against one another for traffic calming. From the initial evaluation perspective, we would consider factors such as street grade, street classification, whether or not a location had maybe already been investigated in the last 3 years, or proximity to an emergency service center as far as whether or not we should move forward with data collection and crash history review for a location. Beyond that, once we go through collecting speed and volume counts at a location for 72 hours, we would look to compare those against our minimum criteria. At this time, we really recognize that the recorded speeds relative to the posted speed limit, crash history on the corridor, pedestrian bicyclist safety, as well as the proximity to schools or parks might be some of the main metrics that we use to score and understand where or how we might install traffic calming measures on our public streets. For associated program costs, we were trying to understand and look outwards towards what would we need to recognize as far as the burden of the program moving forward, specifically between understanding how funds might be allocated to design, data collection, construction, but then also really wanted to recognize the need for ongoing maintenance, that once we install these treatments, how will we have to maintain them in perpetuity? There's also a main distinguishment between rapid deployments or elements that might be able to be installed with signing, striping, or bollards, or other temporary devices that might allow us and empower us to be faster in installation and addressing concerns sooner. Whereas sometimes the permanent measures, if we're installing bulb outs, we need to consider where and how drainage impacts could require the additional installation of storm inlets or anything else of the like could be more costly and might limit how many installations or traffic calming measures we might be able to introduce in a given year.
Oops, what did I do? There it is.
From there, just again to kind of summarize back at the project schedule and milestone, just highlighting some of our next steps. Where Rich had shared the variety of traffic calming measures that we were originally exploring, we're looking to finalize and confirm the acceptable traffic calming measures that will move forward with the program, which ones will include and prepare detailed construction drawings around, finalize and prepare the traffic calming program document to highlight all of the various implementation guidelines and considerations that will make the program. Another public engagement session on the town hall this coming March 11th. Program adoption, and then as well as standing up and making the applications readily available, both here at the Civic Center as well as online.
I think with that, we're ready to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Fulmer, for the conversation. Member Russell, if you want to kick us off.
Yes. Thank you very much for this presentation. And maybe this question is for staff. What's happening to the traffic calming measures we already had in place? This kind of looks like we're going back to the beginning. And is this for the entire city of Englewood?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Russell. So we do have a number of capital traffic calming measures and projects that are underway. But this is specifically a program designed for neighborhood traffic calming, focusing around quality of life, where residents can call in and say, I believe I have a speeding problem on my block. I would like to have the city explore traffic calming measures. And then the workflow that's being fleshed out will revolve around data collection, and then based on the data and the other criteria we touched on at a high level today, inform what traffic calming measures may be implemented into the community itself. So this complements the work that's already being done by the department, but actually forms a solid program with methods and procedures in place. And there's currently funding available, but we will have to continue to have ongoing funding conversations every year. And we'll keep council informed on the number of requests, the costs we're seeing, where we're deploying those as well.
Thank you for that. So you said currently there's funding available.
Yes, sir.
For this project that we're talking about. How much money have we set aside for this specific project?
So we have funding that started in 2024 for the beginning of this project. In 2025, some funds were added to it, and again in 2026, including the contract for FHU. I do believe there's approximately $750,000 in PIF dollars available, although their contract drops that down. So we're somewhere in the neighborhood of, I believe, a little over $600,000 in the PIF fund for implementation. And some of those funds that were added for this year also include the Oxford and Fox Crossing as well. So the development of the program is fully funded, and implementation, once the program is stood up, will be paid for out of the PIF dollars already allocated.
Okay, so how are we going to prioritize which areas get their projects done?
Yeah, great question. So we've received, as the team touched on, over 300 feedback information from requests from residents via the online map. So it'll be a combination of that with the data collection and verification, and we're going to be looking at those highest risk, what I'll call maybe the most egregious concerns when it comes to speeding and things of that nature that are documented, and then how we implement that into the community.
So all of the locations that the police traffic trailer has been, will that information be taken into consideration?
Yes, absolutely. The team coordinates very heavily with PD, not only on the speed data, but also accident data. We want to make sure that we're looking at all of that information. So both teams share information back and forth between Public Works and PD.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for the questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My questions are sort of along the same lines. Thank you for the presentation, by the way, and I'm really excited to see this program coming together. But in terms of choosing which projects get prioritized, I'm thinking of a scenario where maybe the speed criteria aren't quite like it's not a very high speeding area, but it's a high traffic or high risk area. Are the criteria going to be such that we can take all those factors into account and say, okay, people aren't speeding along here, but the speed limit's 40 and kids are crossing anyway. It should be looked into. So we're not just going to say, oh, this is an area with speeding. We need to. Is it going to be more complex than that and more nuance to specific situations?
Yeah, when comparing and researching some of the other jurisdictions that currently have traffic calming programs in effect, they kind of emphasize that same thing where if it just focuses on what's the observed speed on a corridor, it might leave some of the other corridors out that maybe have some of the other contributing factors that are leading to safety concerns. Vice versa, we're trying to make sure that as we develop and propose those metrics that will evaluate corridors against, say, for instance, if we emphasize volume, that'll really leave us in a place that we're focusing on a lot of our higher volume streets rather than also making sure that we're being able to address, like the name of the program implies, some of our lower volume neighborhood streets.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And then I just wanted to make one comment on something I really liked seeing in there was the temporary or pilot projects. I think that's really important. I'm glad you're hearing feedback on that. I know I've provided that feedback as well, but I know the community's interested in just getting some of these projects up and going and tested to get the first round going and then iterate and see where it goes from there. So thank you for that.
Member Pring.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a question on one of the categories of neighborhood traffic calming measures. Can you tell me a little bit more about routing restrictions and when that type of tool would be in?
Absolutely. Routing restrictions can be implemented for a variety of purposes. One of two mainly, whether a corridor has been evaluated and has been recognized to be operating at a higher volume than maybe what the corridor was intended to service. Maybe a lot of cut-through traffic is bypassing the signalized corridor to be able to get to and from their destination faster. Sometimes those routing restrictions can help those instances, as well as kind of separate from traffic calming, but maybe a little bit more applicable to walk and wheel, or maybe we recognize that we'll observe more comfortable bicycle or multimodal facilities if we have lower volumes and lower speeds in the corridor. Sometimes if we know we have parallel routes that can adequately service the vehicular volume, establishing those routing restrictions on those neighborhood bikeways could help improve the level of treatment and reduce the level of stress for our cycling community, or the multimodal community, excuse me.
Okay. So they could be used as kind of a temporary measure while we look at and study more permanent fixes, or is there potential that rerouting could be a more permanent solution?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes to both. I would say rerouting is generally, I would say more probably the worst case scenario or the more extreme when we think about traffic calming. But it's certainly something in the toolbox. And if we were to go down that route, there'd be probably, not probably, there would be a number of public outreach because we're going to be changing traffic patterns at that point. So we would certainly look to implement, if we were to go down that route, a temporary, make sure it was effective before we did anything substantial.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the public outreach comment on that.
Yes, absolutely.
Member Bethel?
Yeah, I'm thrilled to see this presentation. I think this has a lot of great tools in it. It's something that our community has been asking for. And I think that you're going about it in a very responsible manner that involves collecting data, seeing where it fits, and using the proper tool. And I'm excited to see this continue. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much for stealing my thunder on the town hall that we're going to be hosting on March 11th. No, it's good news. But so actually, the one thing that I like here is that you do mention that signage is not part of traffic calming, but I do believe that you mentioned it as part of the presentation, that it is a temporary solution. It could be used as a temporary solution while infrastructure gets in place. And obviously, time, dollars are, one of the things that are going to delay us getting infrastructure in place. Are we considering using signage, especially around pedestrian walks? People don't seem to slow down for pedestrians when they are waiting at the crosswalk. Is that something that we are looking to implement as part of a temporary use across the city?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. I can jump in. So I would say that's kind of ancillary to traffic calming and more around pedestrian safety. When we think about traffic calming, we really want to slow folks down. The regulatory signs, I believe the radar speed limit sign was mentioned. We have seen success with the radar speed limit or radar feedback signs, although that does seem, data suggests that that would diminish over time. When it comes to signing pedestrian markings, I would say that that's, separate from this effort per se, but if there are areas of concern and they show up on our map, we're certainly going to investigate that. And if whether it's daylighting for sight distance or need for signage, particularly around schools and parks, something that we are looking at.
Yeah, I just don't believe people understand that you are supposed to stop for pedestrians when they're crosswalk. I think it's more of an education thing.
Absolutely.
And just those signs that are just temporary, that are in the middle of the road that say state law, pedestrian walk, or something like that. They're really small. I've seen them around Denver. I've seen them around town, but just wondering if we can utilize those while we work on the bigger plan. But
Sure, and we have implemented a few of those around schools. We have received feedback from both the schools and operations that maintenance on those can be a little challenging. But I would also wholeheartedly agree with your comment that drivers don't seem to understand the state law about stopping for pedestrians. That actually dovetails very nicely into our public engagement and education on the Vision Zero component, and really trying to drive that home. One of the things we're going to be doing with Vision Zero, October is Pedestrian Safety Month, not only in October, but really working with communications to help get that education out there to our community.
Great. Sounds great. Anything further from members of council on this item? I think this is a great start. I think we'll be covering more of this during the town hall on March 11th, and I'll add more to that during Mayor's Choice later on tonight. So I don't see any further questions unless Mr. Bethel, do you still have no questions since your light's still on? All right. With that, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Fulmer, thank you very much for your time tonight. Victor, as always, thank you very much for adding to the presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Have a good evening. We'll be in touch soon. All right, the last item for tonight, we're moving on to code compliance. So we have department staff here to speak about the reorganization around code compliance and storm drainage fund. So AJ, I'm not sure who's going to kick us off tonight.
I'm just
Sean,
kicking
go
us
ahead.
off, Mayor. We're going to start with the code compliance changes, and I appreciate our building deputy building official as well as our code compliance supervisor for being here. My apologies, I forgot I was going to take this slide. So when we were looking at the structure of code enforcement, we really were talking about how can we better connect the work of code enforcement division to the community development department. This originally came as an idea from the police department to allow them to better focus on their core mission of safety and law enforcement, keeping in mind that police really focuses on criminal law as opposed to civil, and code compliance is civil. Those same civil penalties are found throughout the community development department, whether it's the building official or the permitting process and inspection process that we have in the building division, whether it's planning, we're going out to check zoning for zoning issues and working with code enforcement already on zoning enforcement, issuing penalties for short-term rentals. So all of those things really dovetailed well into the community development department. We also are really trying to focus on proactive and education and focusing on improving neighborhoods across the city. And it's really an aside, but this alignment is very similar to most cities in the Denver metro area. I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. As Sean has said, I am Carrie Babin, Deputy Building Official. I'll be picking up where Sean left off, and to start, we'll go through the presentation. There will be time for a Q&A toward the end of the slide deck. With that, we'll continue with a quick breakdown of the reporting structure and the reorganization in general. As Sean mentioned, the reorganization took place at the end of Q3, September 2025. Code Enforcement Division was restructured under Community Development with a name change from Code Enforcement to Code Compliant. The current reporting structure is Deputy Building Official, Code Compliance Supervisor, and then all of our Code Compliance officers and our Urban Park Ranger report to the Supervisor. Like Sean mentioned earlier, we did a study of 8 surrounding jurisdictions to sort of compare how the name change was in alignment with the way that they do business as well. Out of the 8 that you see on here, 5 of them had a similar naming structure, but all 8 operated under community development or development services. So again, that structure was very similar. Going over the building and codes missions, we found that Code Compliance, their mission was to enhance and preserve neighborhoods and business districts while providing a safe, healthy, and environmentally friendly community. Sort of along those same lines, building's mission is to ensure that structures are safe and conform to minimal uniform building codes. In addition, we also address issues such as life safety, property maintenance, and the elimination of blight, which is where that mix between those two divisions really come into play. We've always relied on code to help us out and vice versa, so we've always had that working relationship in the past. Yeah, it's okay. We'll talk about the responsibilities and duties. The general administration responsibility of code compliance has remained the same. So none of that is changing in terms of the way they enforce things, the ability to enforce things, and that includes abatement. All of that still remains on the table. It's just a restructure from moving them from PD to community development. There's still an expectation of enforcement and interpretation of the applicable EMC sections. And there is an expectation of excellent customer service with community engagement, public education, and multi-departmental collaboration. Really want to zero in on the public education piece and the engagement with the community. Our approach is to take more of a voluntary compliance path first. If we don't get that compliance, then we move into similar enforcement techniques that they're doing now anyway. Direction and expectations. Again, is to have increased collaboration with various city departments, increased engagement with colleagues, residents, and businesses, and again, with a focus on community education and engagement with a proactive and impartial compliance while maintaining empathy with the community. Again, want to focus on the education and the customer service portion of that as well. CEAC and the role as far as their collaboration or mix with how code enforcement does their duties as well. So CEAC's roles will ultimately be, focusing on reviewing sections of the EMC, regulating domesticated animal welfare and control, is to review chapters of the EMC in Title 15 and to make recommendations to City Council for the addition, deletion, and revision of those provisions of the EMC. Staff support is to act as a liaison to CEAC, and based on the 2024 City of Englewood Handbook for Members and Boards, staff is responsible for providing a variety of professional and administrative functions. So we will be recording secretaries, help sort of gather that material, get it out to the proper folks. We act as sort of the funnel for communication between the committee and staff. And that opens up the Q&A section of the presentation.
Mr. Babin, Mr. Futro, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions? Mr. Babin. I guess I got a question just because this has come up in the past and you kind of mentioned it during your presentation, but I'm not sure if it was really a limitation on how the previous organizational structure was, but working closely with community development in terms of like people working on homes before 7 a.m. or something that goes outside of those. That's something that it sounds like it's going to be something that you're going to be working with a little bit more closely with our code compliance division on that aspect of it. I think we were looking at adding an additional headcount a couple of years back, but decided that it probably made more sense to just have code enforcement kind of work on that. I think that's more of a question, but any thoughts on that, Mr. Babin, in terms of how that's going to work? The additional scope of their responsibilities, I guess, in a sense.
So there really isn't an additional scope in the responsibilities. It's just increased efficiencies now that the two departments are together under one umbrella. We've even taken proactive approaches like partnering a code compliance officer with a planner. That way they've got a direct point of access to really, you know, take care of those notices of violations a little bit quicker. Increased communication. Hey, this doesn't look quite right. What do you think about it? That way those two staff members can partner together again to better serve the community in a more efficient, timely manner.
That sounds great. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate this. So when there's an animal issue, do you send the code officers out on the animal calls?
So depending how the call's received, we're still through police dispatch. So citizens can still call in through police dispatch. They can call, submit a complaint through Q Alert. If we get a call in through our office directly or through any of our partners, those will be dispatched to the district officer, either through the office or through police dispatch.
And then not only animal calls, but are there other calls that come through the police department because of code violations that don't come through community development?
So through police dispatch, anything revolving around the park ranger, that's through the urban park rangers through code compliance, any of the code violations, something that may be involved around any building violation, since we are attached with building and code compliance, that allows us the ability to take that call where before it may be routed. Again, we're going for that customer service aspect to where it can be routed to us. We can immediately take that call, take that caller's information from dispatch, reduce that call time from dispatch to open them up for emergency calls, and refer that directly out to building as well. So it's not necessarily just the code calls that come in, but we are able to take those calls and route them as well if they are our calls or through building or zoning as well.
So who prioritizes? Whose calls take priority?
So if they come in through dispatch, dispatch is ultimately prioritizing those calls.
But this dispatch doesn't know what you're doing through the code enforce or through community development, correct?
So dispatch is aware through their CAD system of if it comes up as a fencing complaint, for example, or if it comes up through any type of a code violation call, it will come up in their CAD system as either a other type of call, and that's something where they will have an internal policy to route that either through a Q Alert. If we're on and available, they can assign that to us or other routes as well.
I would like to add on to that too. I don't want there to be the misinterpretation that communication between code and PD no longer exists or is lesser than what it was. It was always dispatch that was calling out code compliance officers when those calls came in. It is still dispatch. So radio communication is still in place, body cam is still in place, vests are still in place. All of that has remained the same, as well as those lines of communication, if that helps.
Well, that does help. But then my question for you is, are you sending your information to dispatch so they have all of the dispatch, what the code enforcement officers are doing, or some of the direction is coming from you and some is coming from dispatch?
No, so even the RMS system that they do their reports in, still have access to that. So those, again, that communication is still open. That reporting structure is still there. They are just under a different umbrella right now. But again, those enforcement techniques and that communication is still in play and is the same as what it was whenever they were under PD.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would you like to share in?
I think maybe what I'm understanding from sitting over there is if the question is like the follow-up, the dispatcher wouldn't have handled that in the first place. That would go maybe to me or one of our command staff about what the issue was. Any type of follow-up or follow-up questions, the dispatcher wouldn't have handled that when they were assigned to us anyway. Now, it may fall under Carrie where it would have been one of our division commanders or supervisors if that was the question you were asking them.
I don't know for sure whether that was the question I was asking. I guess what I really want to get at is there two departments giving direction, like the calls that come in through PD versus the situations that community development would send the code enforcement officer out.
I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so that's the calls that we receive, no matter if it is from PD, if it is from community development, if it is from Public Works, if it is from South Platte Renew. We do have the enforcement summons capability for many departments within the city, and that is determined by the code compliance officers or myself of what the priority calls is. Of course, life safety, animal safety are our priority calls. And then from there, it is whatever is the most urgent that needs to be handled. If there is anything for illicit discharge, if there is anything that is a safety aspect, those are prioritized over calls that come in later on that will be there the next day. So those are all prioritized by the officers as well as by myself that come in. But those have not changed regardless of from PD or now under community development. Those are responsibilities that we have always taken on, regardless of if it's a request coming in from zoning, building, or any of the other departments for a request for service. That hasn't changed.
Okay, I appreciate that. And probably some of the community development issues that in the past haven't really been dealt with will be more addressed. Is that correct?
We're able to do them, again, in a more timely manner. So sort of that middleman or sort of having to follow a certain path to get to code, it's direct access now. So we're able to partner, again, talk it out, get it done, in most cases, same day. So that's helped out a lot, having them with us and actually physically located in this building as well. They've got direct access to streets, to community development, which is planning and zoning and building, parks. We're all in the same loop on the 3rd floor. So that's actually, it's been a great help.
Okay, I appreciate that. And before code enforcement came on under you, did you have to do some of the calls yourself?
Yes, ma'am. So property maintenance falls to me. So things like hoarding situations or, blight, dilapidated buildings, things like that, where I needed a summons issued, I would have to go through code to do it. Again, they're right next door now, so we can hash those things out. They've actually been a great help too in reporting things that they see that we may have not seen yet or gotten to. We can do those faster. Again, there's just been increased communication across the board, in my opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one more question for the chief. Are you still able, do you believe that the calls that are coming in for like animal and other criminal activity or whatever violations of the code, do you feel like it's been working okay in contacting code enforcement to address those as well?
The short answer is yes. From my perspective, and I think from the overall the police department line level perspective, it has been seamless. We've worked out some details and some logistics and some software and some things that we're working through. But kind of to reiterate what they've said, I think that from the customer service and responsiveness aspect, it has been a good transition.
I appreciate that. And then just one more question along that lines, because I know in the past, I mean, a couple of years ago, before we changed the records management system, there was a problem getting code reports the way that the committee, you know, when the committee would ask for questions, there wasn't always access to that. And that has changed, I think, in the last year or two. Are you still able to do those reports, or have you had to generate a report for the committee yet since you've been under community development?
So with our current reporting system that we've had since 2022 or 23, there is no change to that. That's all staying the same. All the reports are still going to be available to citizens through the police department, and all the reports generated for CEAC and all the boards and commissions. None of that is changing.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you all very much. I was not questioning the city manager moving departments. That is his purview. But I think sometimes council really needs to be aware of what's going on, because sometimes changes get made that maybe shouldn't have been made, or maybe changes were made in the past and it didn't work out so well. But I appreciate that. But I do have issues with Code Enforcement Advisory Committee, not with the Code Enforcement Department. You have said in the report that nothing has changed with the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee. They still have the same direction. Then do you have any idea why the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee wanted to change their name to the Code Compliance Committee?
I think all three of us were in that meeting. I was remote for it, but my understanding was they just wanted to have the same name as the division that they were working closely with. But I don't think that there's any magic to that. I will say that we just changed out the PowerPoint slide. We had a previous version. The current version that in this slide was not in what Carrie went over. But to reiterate what Mr. Babin said, nothing has changed. Only you can change as council members the role of a board or commission. So, I mean, frankly, I think you could even make them keep their same name. And that's totally within your purview. But yes, they did, I think, just want to come into have the same name as the division that they were working with.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think there's one question that I have, and this was in the study session packet under the Code Enforcement Transition to Community Development. Under administrative support, it says the Community Development Leadership Team has provided more administrative guidance to the code team than police, which has been shown to the benefit and support of the code officers. Then it also, the next paragraph, it goes into the building official, assistant building official, planning manager, and community development, both in Englewood and in most cities, have training in administering and enforcing civil and administrative codes, but not in criminal law and criminal enforcement. And I think one thing that has happened in the change here is, I believe this process was not open and transparent, in that the public was not notified that you were not handling this anymore in the municipal court. It is going to be handled under a civil administration process.
I think probably the city attorney should take this, but there have been no changes in anything that goes to municipal court from being a police versus community development.
Okay, and maybe this applies to maybe the nuisance ordinance. It could be that.
Yes, that there's been no change. City council would have to, if they went solely to an administrative process, which many cities have, that would be required to be authorized by city council. And we actually had studied that because we found other cities have found more compliance using an administrative model versus a criminal penalty model for code enforcement issues. But no, we haven't brought that to city council, and that would be your purview. So I don't think their processes have changed in that regard at all.
Okay, so the process is there. And so this goes back to the role of Code Enforcement Advisory Committee. And I know I talked with you, City Attorney, about this and why the nuisance ordinance went to Code Enforcement Committee rather than to City Council. And I think it was a study session probably last March or April. Was it that far back, or that we...
It was an executive session where we discussed potential methods for addressing chronic nuisance. So it wasn't an open discussion. It was myself, I believe the city manager was there, and just city council that directed us.
But did city council give direction at that time?
Yes.
To bring it before the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee?
Yes,
rather than the council? And I'm going to say this to the council. I think at this point, that decision was wrong because really this council, elected officials, should have been listening to the presentations that were going to the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee as far as this nuisance ordinance, because we are taking this out of the hands of the court system and allowing people's due process rights to be addressed. I personally feel that before passing this nuisance ordinance, that we as city council should be asking a lot of the questions. I missed a couple of the meetings because of things going on at the time, and I just think that they're in the nuisance compliance, and I actually think that we need to give some direction to the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee as well in the direction that we want to go. I feel like the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee has gotten a little bit big for their britches and started making decisions that are really council's job to make. And I think the council needs to step up to the plate and look into that.
Thank you, Member Russell. I know we'll definitely have an opportunity once that item comes back in front of us to make a final call on it, but go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
Yes, that will come to city council on February 23rd for a study session. And then we'll receive your direction at that point and then bring it back, presumably for an ordinance, if that's what the consensus is.
Perfect. I appreciate that, City Attorney. Anything further on code compliance, or are we ready for stormwater? Mr. Babin, Mr. Futro, thank you very much for the overview and the in-depth conversation on this. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. So the second half of this is the stormwater reorganization, which I'll cover. As you know, from our in-depth conversations for the last two council meetings, we have really wanted more focus on the financial health of the storm drainage fund, as it's officially called, as an enterprise fund. So as you know, those funds operate through user fees. They really need to function as a business unit. So despite efforts between 2022 and 2025 to create that group in Public Works, we had a lot of turnover during that time. We had trouble recruiting positions, and that really prevented us from being able to create the business unit that we wanted. So even with the master plan and fee study that were in place back in 2020, finance and city management identified areas where that storm drainage fund wasn't fully funding stormwater costs. This is something we have not talked about the last couple of meetings, but for instance, street sweeping is a function of stormwater. Right now, the general fund is fully bearing the cost of street sweeping. So we also have some administrative costs. For instance, really, we should be paying a portion of the directors and deputy directors' salaries from the fund that they are administering. So we were seeing that we had areas, where we were not fully funding our stormwater fund like we should have been. So, and by funding, meaning we did not have adequate fees in place to cover all of those costs. So the water, sewer, and storm drainage funds were really, in 2019, they were all chronically underfunded. You all know that, your predecessors know that, and the public now knows that, I think. And so with funding from 2 enterprise funds, though, we were really able, between water and sewer, we were able to build that a successful business unit in the utilities funds, but just keeping in mind, all of these funds were in the same shape back in 2019. And so utilities with those larger funds were able to build the unit, Public Works was not. So the benefits, some benefits of economies of scale here are really just staffing levels. Utilities had a 16-person, what we call DNC crew that maintained water and sewer pipes throughout the city. Public Works had a 2-person crew that maintained all of our stormwater pipes. And so by combining those 2 crews now into one, you have 18 people that are maintaining all of those, and you have cross-training between the different people, all of which are maintaining pipes. So we really know that we're getting a lot of economies of scale and can have more eyes, especially during large storm events on our grates compared to when it was in Public Works. We've also had a reduction in overhead through the deletion of the 2nd Deputy Director of Public Works, at least for this year. That's been a temporary pause in that position. They oversaw facilities and the Stormwater Division, and those have both been moved out of Public Works, which has allowed us to have a pause on that 2nd Deputy Director of Public Works. And finally, our initial analysis indicates that utilities can financially oversee stormwater without additional staffing. So that business unit that they had created has been able to, with the help of Stantec and the consultants that we were already under contract with, to be able to take that on, particularly in the short term, and we're hoping that that's long term, but we're going to be reassessing that throughout this year to see if we need to adjust staffing levels there. Next, we have really the way this aligned with council resident objectives. Just like you heard in the traffic calming study session item tonight, council and residents for years have been clamoring for more traffic calming, bicycle infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure improvements. And frankly, we have not been able to produce on that. And you all have correctly identified by asking questions in the budget process, do we need more traffic engineering? And we finally, through this reorganization, were able to make that happen without additional resources by repurposing positions. So we neither had the administrative capacity or the engineering capacity to do that. So now we have a second traffic engineer who reports to Thomas, who you met and heard from tonight. And then we were also able to take a position that was doing one job of right-of-way permitting, make an administrative assistant who's now doing that job. It's now fully been automated through our IMS system, and now she is freed up to do additional functions for the Public Works Department. And so some progress that we've made in traffic safety since the reorg, I think you heard tonight about traffic calming. We've improved the crash map database and analytical framework, conducted signal timing reviews, supported the system-to-system project with Centennial, which is a transportation management system upgrade. And then we've been providing design review and construction inspection support related to traffic signal equipment. We did not really have that capacity under our previous system. A lot of times the traffic signal operations were really doing this just by their own, education and experience, but not necessarily guided by an engineering group. And then we've also been investigating traffic and safety concerns reported by residents in Englewood schools. So we were really only able to do a handful of traffic safety studies around our schools. We're now catching up on that, and the Public Works Department is doing a great job with that. And then lastly is just a renewed focus on capital execution and maintenance. So Public Works had more capital projects than any department in the city, and that's just a list of the departments and divisions and functions that were in Public Works before this reorganization. By pulling facilities and stormwater out of the department is really allowing them to have that focus on capital projects. And they still have a huge number of capital projects, but they certainly don't have the number that they had before. And continuing that, just focus on capital execution and maintenance. you're really seeing the benefits of this already, I think, and in the amount of maintenance and capital planning that is now underway. So I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that, Sean. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. So in 2020, you pulled the stormwater out from under utilities and put it in Public Works, correct?
Yes, it was in 2019, I think.
Okay.
At least the process started.
Okay. So why did you do that at that time and now you're moving it back?
Well, again, going back to the slide where I was pointing out the condition, that last bullet of all of the funds, the enterprise funds, all of them were charging our ratepayers an amount that was inadequate just for the maintenance of the systems. We were not maintaining the systems in water, sewer, or storm drainage in 2019, period. So when we started doing the master plans and then the rate and fee studies, I think what Peter will tell you, and I think he told you last week, is that there was no way for the utilities department that we had in 2019 and 2020 to be able to take on 3 enterprise funds. So it was a really, the word he used last week was divide and conquer. And at that time, Director DeAndre had been managing all of the stormwater projects because you may remember when I got here, it was a combined department. Utilities and Public Works were essentially functioning as one department with Maria DeAndre as the acting director. But she had been doing that, I think, for over a year. So she was already managing all of those stormwater projects at 2018 through the flood and through 2019 when some of that original planning had started. So it made sense for her and her team who had been working on that to keep stormwater at that time. I think where the breakdown came is where when we realized we've got to focus on the economics of this and the financial piece, utilities with 2 funding sources were able to build that business services team, and Public Works was not.
Okay, I understand that. The interesting thing is the fees themselves were increased. I mean, I agree. In 2019, everything was totally underfunded. And Director Van Rye was already at that time, he not only increased the fees for water and sewer, he also increased the fees for stormwater. Stormwater was increased more than water and sewer. Water and sewer were increased 4.5% per year. Stormwater was increased 5% per year. And I do remember probably during 2019, you were on council already at the time. We had a couple of emergency meetings to approve funding for the sinkholes on Oxford. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And so I don't know where that emergency funding came from.
Well, it came from the general fund. It was only, and we were only allowed to allocate, 10%? That's what we're allowed to allocate as part of the total revenues for each of the bodies. So I think what we had to do at that point was we increased the fees automatically in order to get to, or I don't know, I can't remember. But I remember that was just a long conversation about the sinkholes on Oxford.
Right.
Just because of the underfunded state, it happened pretty quickly.
Right, absolutely.
I do think that we were using, though, we were having to tap the stormwater fund for those. You're right, Mayor. We did do some amount of transfer, within the state law, which limits you to 10%. But the majority of the funding for all of those emergency repairs was coming from the stormwater fund or storm drainage fund, but they were not necessarily planned for in the stormwater master plan. The other point that you correctly make is that those fee structures were different. It was the Public Works Department that was handling the stormwater master plan. So it was separate from the water and sewer master plan that Peter and his team were taking on. But really the difference was we had a capital fee that was built into water and sewer. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why Stantec didn't put a capital fee, a flat fee that would provide that stable revenue source in the stormwater fund. So you're right, the percentage was a little higher in stormwater, but without that capital fee, the funding was it was a very different funding structure long term.
Well, to be real honest with you, I didn't realize that till the questioning last week when Director Van Rye said that the capital fee was what made the difference between that and the others. The other question that I have in that email that you sent out on, I think it was September 11th, it did say in there that the general fund was subsidizing the stormwater fund. Do we know exactly how much? Because it's not legal for the general fund to subsidize the stormwater fund. Is that correct? Because it's an enterprise fund.
You are correct. And that's the two items that are in that first bullet, under the third bullet. Excuse me. We are looking at that to see if we are out of compliance with the fact that street sweeping as a federal regulation for the Clean Water Act is legal for us to be funding from the general fund. There are cities that do split this because people want, clean streets. So I think you could make a case. I'm probably giving legal advice here, but we are looking at that, and your point is well taken that we need to look at that to make sure that the enterprise fund is fully funding all functions related to stormwater.
Okay,
And the director of Public Works did just let me know that the $500,000 for that first sinkhole was funded from the stormwater fund.
Okay, I felt like it was. I think there was money there then. So who's doing street sweeping now? Is Public Works doing that and it's separate?
Yes. It's Public Works, yes.
Okay. So that doesn't matter because, is Public Works being reimbursed from the stormwater?
That's what we're investigating, is the fully loaded cost of the equipment and staffing that's being dedicated to street sweeping, as well as, the funding for administrative overhead of time being spent by people that were already in utilities and funded by the water department, but are now also taking on stormwater functions. We also need to divide a percentage of their salary out to make sure, again, all the accounting and the data is correct.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just, and one other thing, at some point, we probably need to talk about street sweeping because I've had a lot of complaints about it lately, and I think that we need to either follow the schedule or do something else, but we can talk about that at a different time. I appreciate your input, and thank you for working through this. I greatly appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the questions and this being, us being able to talk about this, and we're glad to answer any more questions.
Go ahead, Member Pring. Thank you, Member Russell.
I appreciate the report on this as well. Just a quick question or request for the future. So given that we're still analyzing and correcting course on salaries and distribution and such, could we get an update on that maybe in a future city manager's report, quick and simple, to let us know that that's been done?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further from council? All right, don't see anything. Sean and Victor, thank you very much for that overview on the storm drainage fund. Perfect. All right, everyone, we are now moving on to the last reports from boards and commissions. Anybody have anything to add tonight? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I do have a report from the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee, and I need to pull up. They did send an email, and it was last Monday. I went to that special meeting
that's right.
before the council meeting. I don't know that I'll look for this, but overall, there were 4 individuals that came to the last Code Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting and were expressing concerns about the house in the 2800 block of South Lincoln. And the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee wrote a letter urging us to, and I will send this to you, Mayor, later, urging us to have the police step up to this plate because of safety issues in the area. And it's so I greatly appreciate the work the Code Enforcement Advisory Committee did on that letter. And I really felt like that was the direction that that committee was designed to go in the first place, was to be a conduit for citizens to have their concerns addressed. So the letter was very good, and I will instead of reading it into the record, I will send it to you because it mostly was that the letter from them.
Sounds great. Was that just sent to you, or was that sent to all of council?
It was just sent to me, and I believe the city manager might have been copied. on
Okay.
that.
No,
Correct.
that's good to know. Thank you very much for that, Member Russell. I was looking to see if I had it, but I don't see it. So, all right, sounds great. Thank you, Member Russell. Member Pring.
Thank you, Mayor. A few updates. Parks and Rec. Seems like it's been forever since our last meeting, and there's one this week. But there was a report out on 3 internal promotions within the department. I apologize, I can't remember all of the titles of what the promotions are, but I wanted to highlight that because I just really appreciate growing our staff and retaining our staff and bringing them up. There was a very successful, and I know we've already heard about it, but the ribbon cutting at Cushing Park, the dog park, lots of happy puppies that were there that day. Lots of city staff were there, as well as many, many residents. So that was a really fun event. And then Rotolo improvements are going to begin soon in March. I have had the pleasure now to attend 2 budget advisory committee meetings. And I will say, what a great experience. If you have the opportunity, go sit in that room. My ability to like have my head around the budget in a very different way is greatly enhanced from participation on that group. So thank you for stepping off that group. But more importantly, we will have soon, I think, a request for a study session to have the Budget Advisory Committee, instead of just sending forward their issue brief on the reserve policy that they've been working on, I did make a request to have them come present as a study session. It's pretty complex factors and issues that are being supported within that policy, and I think, having council better understand those pieces would be good before we take a vote. So I'm excited to see that come forward. And then I also had my first attendance at the Malley Center Trust Fund. And there was a pretty robust discussion around the financial support from the trust fund for the Malley Center door replacement. And I think there was maybe differing opinions on the full approval of that. So we will get the money to do the door replacements, but whether it comes from Conservation Fund versus Malley Trust is still up in the air, and the group has essentially just decided to kind of place a pause on that so that they can dig into the original intent of the fund and whether the replacement of the doors is a maintenance issue or an improvement. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Prang. Member Bethel.
Yeah, I attended a Dr. Hogg meeting that was actually really enjoyable, though late, about to where we are tonight. Their projects are not currently impacting Englewood. So nothing important on that. Mostly we discussed RT. We also attended a library board meeting where they discussed their updated strategic plan. Mostly they worked on their KPIs and what they will be reporting to council. We also discussed the open bath, which is complete and obviously open. Nothing critical to report to council on that. Their onboarding and expectations of new members, yeah, it's all really positive things.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Member Bethel. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to give an update on the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority last month, after the January meeting sometime, appointed Sherry Stenson as the interim executive director there. And she is doing that kind of in coordination with the other staff that were previously kind of doing the acting ED role. But they now are in, have hired, I think they've hired a recruiter, or they were about to hire a recruiter at the meeting, and had decided on one to find the permanent or long-term executive director. So that's all moving forward. Just kind of a lot of transition there. But they've managed to keep all the projects that were in place, which were quite a number, continuing forward, and everything is going well.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Unfortunately, I missed the Cultural Arts Commission meeting last week due to a work conflict, but there's a few of them that are going on over the next couple of weeks. I think it's next on the 18th, the Cultural Arts is meeting. Wednesday, meeting with the Swedish board. So I'll hope to have an update there, and then tomorrow's water and sewer. So hopefully in a couple of weeks I'll have updates for you all on those boards. All right, council members' choice. I'll be really quick, everyone. As you heard, there is a starting off with the town halls. We heard tonight that the first one's going to be on traffic calming. We're going to be holding it on March 11th, starting at 6 p.m. I believe we're going to be using Hampden Hall for it. I'll definitely be informing the public once we set that time and date and the agenda for that. I think I want to get into a little bit more detail about what we heard tonight and get into specifics about what is happening now, what's on the docket for now, meaning like the roundabouts and that type of thing, but also highlighting some of the areas that the public has been identifying as trouble spots and just really digging into the weeds a little bit more on that. So I'll be making people aware of that. I'm planning on holding other town halls regarding public safety, regarding city center redevelopment, maybe possibly around affordability as well. Still trying to figure out what that is over the next couple of months, just because I've been hearing a little bit more about this wanting to have town halls. So that'll be coming up. Lastly, I think all the council is aware that we're meeting for Elevate Englewood this coming Wednesday, 6 p.m. I believe it is. So hopefully you're able to make it that night. It's only about an hour of our time that evening. So you'll see me there. Other than that, we are off next Monday because of President's Day, but we'll be back on Tuesday. So just want to make everyone aware of that as well. All right. Anyone else? Member Russell.
Thank you. I have a couple of things, and maybe this is a council request. What is our policy on trespass enforcement? Like if a citizen calls the police department and reports a trespass and wants someone to be served, what is our policy on that? The other thing, I've had a complaint about the car wash on Broadway, just off of Kenyon, that it had been, the noise wasn't that bad, but in the last week or so, the noise had gotten unbearable, and they had called code enforcement, and I think the probably the decibel level for noise in a commercial corridor is like 70 something, but the residential, which is right across the alley, the noise is 50. And so this person was telling me that I think that Denver has a policy that in the area where it's adjoining to a residential, the noise limit should be the same as what the residential is.
That came up recently with me as well a couple of weeks back. So funny that you bring up the same type of conversation I just had. So go ahead.
I can just add that I know about the noise issue, and they had a vacuum system that was one of their blowers or vacuum systems, and it blew up while my friend was at the car wash. Like in an actual explosion. Nobody was hurt, but it did resolve the sound issue. And so I think they'll be replacing that, and it won't be as loud. But
Well,
we'll double check on that.
All right. What happened is they were supposed to repair it on Wednesday. I don't think it got repaired on Wednesday. We drove by there tonight. It wasn't too bad. And I talked to the resident, and he said that, on his way home from church, that there was no sound, but I don't know. There was nobody at the car wash this evening when we came on our way over here. So, but I think even at some point, hopefully their problem is fixed. But at some point, perhaps we need to address our ordinance on noise level in areas, do we already have that it should be 50?
I was going to say, so I think I want to make a council request on this to understand what the proper decibel level should be between that commercial district. And like you mentioned, just on the other side of the alley is residential, and they are at a different decibel level. And it just seems to bring up issues for those residential areas that are living right next to Broadway. I've been hearing this complaint, and actually it impacts other parts of the city that we potentially need to get an understanding of whether or not we are needing to make changes to that when residential is a butt right next to commercial. So I'll draft a council request on this and send it over to the city manager.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Anyone else? All right. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for mentioning the Wednesday session. Last year it was a good session that it was actually one of the higher scored sessions to that FaceTime with council, so they really like it. It was something they had asked for in the previous year, so thank you all for helping with that. And let me know if you have changes to the questions. The only other point I want to make is just to thank staff, and I should have probably done this when more of them were in the room, but on the South Broadway plan, I know that it was a little tedious going through all of those, but we really wanted to get council engagement with those. And having worked in community development and economic development, we would pay over $200,000 for a plan that has the recommendations that are coming to you all. Just from hearing the traffic study, I mean, that's a $90,000 plan. Staff is doing all of this in-house, whether it's, the branding or the economic revitalization, the traffic stuff. And so they've just done incredible work. And I now realize, though, why cities pay that amount, because I know it's been a lot of work. And so thank you to Tim for his leadership of the whole project, but just everybody that's working on that, and for your input tonight, which is really going to help us start refining and narrowing down and getting a plan that I think we have a lot more alignment on than if a consultant just slapped it down on the table and said, do this. So thank you for your time on that tonight.
Sean, where are we meeting on Wednesday night for Elevate?
That'll be at Broken T Golf Course.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, everyone, with that, we are now adjourned. Everyone have a good evening.